Okie dokie. Hey, hi, hello. Welcome back, Alexandrian Codex. It is 4:43 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on Wednesday, January 29th, 2025. We're gonna hop in and play a little bit more. I was a teenage exocolonist. We got to age 15, right? Big pivotal point of the game. Things really start opening up a ton. Well, actually, we're not there yet. We're at a bottleneck point. That's right, that's right. Colony just got friggity fracked. Having a bad time. We are in mourning. Mourning the loss of a loved one. All skill increases reduced by 1 for 3 months. Some jobs and actions can't be performed. However, we also have heroic, meaning that we're still pumped from the last attack, giving a +1 to all physical skill increases for 3 months. Let's run around and talk to everyone. There isn't anything mechanical, I think, engaging about talking with any of them, but, you know, do it for the plot. This is examining a bit of rubble, turning it over in his hands. I wonder if we're ever gonna find, like, alien tech, he says. Wouldn't that be cool? I guess, man. Weird time. Okay, that's good wine. But I should have remembered to chill that. That is okay, warm. Just solidly okay. That's why. I forgot the bottle, when it opened, barely fits in the fridge. That's why I hadn't chilled it. I have a little bit of Shiraz in front of me because I had opened a bottle a couple of weeks ago, and it's surprisingly good. I opened a bottle a few weeks ago now for hanging out with an old flame and catching up with her and hanging out and talking and having a nice quiet evening. Had some teriyaki and red wine, as you do. It was cozy. It was very nice. But I have green tea and red wine. Truly what you should be drinking at 4 in the afternoon on a Wednesday. Your mom looks overdrawn with a lack of sleep. Be careful out there, she says wearily. Don't want anything to happen to you, too. Cal puts on a brave smile. We have a lot to be thankful for, he says. We're still alive. That has to count for something, right? Like the other people in geoponics, your dad has been working day and night to salvage what he can after the attack. It's gonna be okay, he promises. We just need to work hard. Mars crosses her arms and sulks. What is the point of having all these kudos if I can actually use them to, like, buy stuff we need? Like, hello, it's not like I can mail order some more supplies through the wormhole. Tangent frowns. I just don't understand, she says. Why now? Why does it keep getting worse? Yeah. Engineering is crammed with families and what belongings they've salvaged from the destroyed living quarters. You could spend time in your crowded temporary lodging in the classroom, or try to help the adults fix things. Rebuild. The first month of quiet passes, each day plotting one after the other. You still have trouble sleeping in the classroom barracks, but there's nowhere else to go. Every day you wake with the others and try to make the best of it. Grief and anger come in waves, not just for you, but for everyone. Some days are better than others. You're assigned to help rebuild the walls. The first part of the month is spent just dragging away the wreckage, sorting into salvage or recycling. By the time that's done, crews disassembling parts of the stratospheric have delivered enough salvage you can begin work patching up the walls. The sense of urgency permeates the crew. After everything. People need to feel safe. Dis is on the work crew with you, something that he does begrudgingly. Well, it didn't help the first time, he grumbles. Whenever anyone asks for his opinion, we should just tear them all down and live like the animals do. If someone planted a bunch of buildings on my land, I'd be pissed off too. Work hard. By the end of the month, you've made noticeable progress. There are other priorities and not a lot of construction material. But when last year's mushwood harvest is done drying out, you'll be able to do more. Even if this is right that it didn't help the first time, it's better than nothing. Okay, I have this. I don't want to use it. 6, 6, 4, 4, 3? Now 37 is a super goal. We can do better than we can get a 44, but that would give 10 stress, and I have no interest in doing that, so. Yeah. 6 toughness, 2 organizing, 5 kudos, 6 stress. The sun's finally dawn again on your birthday. You wake early and climb to the top of engineering to watch the first sun's watery rays break the horizon as the wormhole recedes across the sky. Dawn should represent hope after a long period of darkness, but this light only reveals the full extent of the damage to the colony. You've been having trouble sleeping, like most people. It's hard to find rest, crammed into the classroom with all the other kids and families, and every time you close your eyes, you shake your head to clear the memories. You pull your blanket more tightly around your shoulders, not your blanket. That one's gone. And stare out as the sun rises on the horizon, meager and sickly. Hey, kiddo. You here. Then your mom comes and sits down beside you. Thought I'd find you here. You both sit in silence for a while, watching the sunrise pick out all the broken glass littering the fields, glimmering like a field of stars. After a few minutes, your mom nudges you with her elbow. So, she says. First apocalypse, huh? She huffs, smiling self-depreciatingly. First one's always the hardest, she sighs. When the first colony was attacked back on Earth, I thought that was it. Everything my parents told me about, the power community, all that, I thought they were full of shit too. She turns and gives you a serious look. It's okay to be sad right now. And mad, too. I'm mad as hell. I want to get out there and rip down every goddamn mushroom out of the ground, and that's keeping me going. For now. But that's not going to be forever, Soanasea, she continues. Eventually, that sadness and rage is going to cool. You have to figure out how to feel after that. She points to your chest. Hope lives here, she says. It's the human condition. We just don't know when to give up. Your mom squints into the sunrise. I had to figure out how to have hope too. I needed it to get up on a busted up spaceship with your dad and launch myself through a wormhole. Hope's why we had you. She smiles. Things work out in unusual ways, Soanasea. It just takes time. You watch the sunrise together for a few more minutes. After a bit, your mom pulls out a little box tied with a piece of gardening twine. From your father and I, she says. Happy birthday, kiddo. You know what it is before you open it. Your old medallion, the one your dad made with the sun to represent the earth, it was broken during the attack. In all the chaos, you didn't even notice, but your parents did. And made you a new one. It's just like you remembered. Similar design with the wormhole, this time to represent Vertuna. You thank her and squint out the swirling wormhole still barely visible in the brightening sky. It's so massive and awe-inspiring this time of year, but it always seems to herald disaster. You're happy to watch it fade away into the daylight. Your mom lets out a dark chuckle and slaps you on the back. What a birthday. Here's to another one, right? You both head back downstairs to the wreckage of the canteen, where they put temporary roofing with whatever tarps and scraps could be found. The colony nanoprinters, the few that still run, have been working day and night to replace the necessities of life. But larger construction projects are going to take some time. Aunt Anne has coaxed the kitchen nanoprinters into making soy gruel and press bars, life-sustaining, but depressing. You and the other colonists eat your breakfast in stony silence as you mentally prepare for the day. Chief Administrator Seek is taken over as the interim governor until the council can elect someone new. Last week, they held a mass funeral for everyone who died. There's talk of turning the Stratospheric's destroyed front half into a memorial shrine after everything useful has been salvaged. There's still so much to do. Can I give people stuff? No, right? Tangent paces outside the engineering wing, the only building still standing. With everyone living in here, there's barely enough room to think. This wretched planet, Mars grumbles, gazing at the wreckage of the Stratospheric. That was my ship! Dis is sitting on a pile of rubble, looking over the colony wreckage. He doesn't look particularly sad. What do you want? I can't believe it's all gone, your mom mutters. All that work, gone in one night. Maybe the new colony can have a hoverboard park, Cal says, putting on a brave smile. That'd be pretty cool, right? It's gonna be okay, your dad says. You'll see, kiddo. Papa can fix this. Back to twerk. You're assigned to help out in geoponics. The agriculturists have been hard at work trying to salvage what they can of the ruined fields and destroyed greenhouses, but there's still a lot of work to be done. Your mom is in fine form as her role as chief cultivator. She'd never admit it, but managing a crisis is what she's made for. Cal's working in geoponics too, of course. He smiles when he sees you. Hey, Solanacea, there's a lot of stuff to do. What do you want to work on? Rebuild the animal pens. The pens only suffered minor damage during the attack. Weirdly, most of the damage seems to have been from inside the pens, as if the normally tame animals had been stirred into a frenzy. Tangent is also here, though it's not to help hammer and nail things. She's studying the animals, trying to figure out what could have influenced them. She takes blood and hair samples and readings with some sort of complicated brain scanning device. Interesting, is all she says, not explaining her findings to you or Cal. Everyone is worried that this will be the final nail in the coffin for your food supply after the famine last year. You try not to think about it too hard, instead of focusing on just doing what you can to help rebuild. Okay. 5, 4, 2, 3, 4. Is that the best we can do? No. This would be better, weirdly enough. Yeah, there we go. 42 out of 42. 6 toughness, 2 organizing. Not bad. Toughness is so close to hitting the next threshold. You're eating in the mess tent when you hear something rumbling. Your bow and cutlery start rattling. People look around in alarm. Could it be another attack? So soon? You begin to hear shouting from outside. Someone runs into the tent. There's something falling from the sky, they shout. It's on fire. You join the crowd of people leaving your temporary structures to gather in the colony square. People are squinting up into the milky, quiet sunlight, pointing and gesturing wildly. It's impossible to miss the thing hurtling towards you from space like a great big ball of fire coming straight at you. Is this it? Is it the end? After all you've been through, a meteor's gonna land in the middle of your already ruined colony and kill you all? Mars grabs her shoulder. It's another ship, she exclaims. Look, it's another spaceship from Earth. Excitement ripples through the crowd. Could it be? You stare up, unbelieving at the rapidly approaching ship. The flames of its entry into atmosphere dissipate, but a thick column of greasy black smoke trails behind it. Soon you can hear the whistle of it ripping through the atmosphere at terminal velocity. Velocity. That is not a controlled descent. It's an enormous ship coming at you way too fast. The ship's reverse thrusters fire, trying to slow it down so it doesn't smash into a billion pieces when it hits the planet. Everyone scatters to take cover. You crouch behind some rocks, throw your arms over your head, and squeeze your eyes shut. You hear the massive spaceship touch down in geoponics, plowing through the fields and grinding over what was left of the greenhouses. You're thrown to the ground from the force of the impact as shrapnel and small rocks zing past your head. It grinds along like some roaring monster, cutting a great scar through the colony and kicking up an enormous cloud of dust. Finally, the ship comes to a creaking, shuddering halt. You and the other colonists carefully crawl out of your hiding places, coughing and rubbing your eyes. The new ship is half buried and obscured by dust, but you can tell it's from Earth. You squint to make out the stenciled letters. Heliopause. A hatch opens in its side, and silhouettes begin to emerge. Silhouettes with guns. Soldiers march out of the dust and quickly surround all of the remaining colonists. More soldiers from two parallel lines from the ship to the square, their guns in parade arrest, and a lone figure strides down the center toward you. Greetings, fugitives of Earth, the man says, spreading his hands wide. A dismayed murmur ripples through the crowd. The adults exchange significant looks. Chief Engineer Instance tries to slip out of the crowd, but she's stopped by the line of soldiers. The man smiles. He has a broad, easygoing smile that doesn't match the threatening aura of the soldiers, nor the smoking ruin of the ship behind him. I am Commander Glum, he says proudly. As captain of the Heliopause, I've come to render aid and bring you to justice. You listen with the others. Seek steps forward out of the crowd. You're not the commander of Heliopause, they say, firmly. Governor Udicott was expecting Commander Morikawa. Everyone is surprised. Udicott had been in communication with the ship? For how long? I am captain of the Heliopause, Glum repeats, stubbornly, then adds, according to the chain of command. We, sustained significant loss of personnel when we went through the wormhole. You can't help but notice many of the soldiers exchange looks this time. You wonder how many people had to die before Lum became commander. As the commanding officer, Lum continues, I declare this colony to be under our protection. As such, you are all now subject to the laws of Earth. Seek bows. Now, they stammer, there's no need for dramatics. We're a diminished colony, as you see. Governor Udicott died in the most recent attack, after all. We're quite leaderless. Lum's eyes search the crowd, landing on your mom. She stares right back at him, as if daring him to say something. You notice Chief Engineer Instance is being held with her arms behind her back. She glowers at Lum with unbridled hatred. Lum turns to the assembled colonists. Well, why don't you fix that? He declares. Say hello to your new governor. You hear a few gasps of shock and outrage, and Lum raises his hands placatingly. Let's not pretend you don't need our help, he says, and we could simply arrest you instead. But there's no need to demoralize your little colony further. Judging from the number of guns on display, you don't think you have a choice in this. It's a good thing the colony's in such pathetic shape right now, your mom mutters under her breath. If they thought we were a threat, they'd probably have just shot us. Your dad squeezes your shoulders, tells her to be quiet. No one knows how to react. A new governor from Earth? Nearly 100 new colonists, most of them trained soldiers? What does this mean for the colony? The crowd disperses, slowly, as the council members follow Lum back into the Heliopause, presumably to talk about the future of the colony. You hope. You track down your friends. So what do you think about these new people? Mars asks. They're just gonna boss us around. Tangent nods. They don't live here. They don't know what it's like. And they're just gonna swoop in and act like they're better than us? She hugs her arms around herself. Did you see what they were doing to Instance? The entire colony, now twice as many of you, sets to work on salvaging the wreckage of the heliopause, tearing it down and combining it with the Stratospheric's remaining engine section. Spirits are high, though these new colonists from the heliopause aren't like any people you've met before. With their uniforms and weapons, they're more like an invading force than a rescue. You're not sure what this means for the colony, or for your future. Wait quiet. As the dust settles, you rebuild your colony around this new ship, the heliopause. The new arrivals, soldiers, mainly, are aloof at first, many seeing you as fugitives. Together, you build new walls, living quarters, greenhouses, and a massive bunkered garrison. The Stratos engineering wing is the only remainder of your old colony. The heliopause brought enough rations for another 5 years, as well as a rich seed bank and working hydroponics. They also have more guns and explosives than you've ever seen in your life. Even the ship has guns. Full stomach, roof over your heads, and the promise of safety convinces most Stratocolonists to accept the Helios. In turn, the Helios decide that you criminals pose little threat. A grudging peace is brokered between the two groups. You decide that they aren't so different, really. They're even Helio children, born amongst the stars, just like you. After a month of hard work, you and your parents move into your new quarters. You get your own room for the first time in your life. You step out onto your very own balcony to watch the new colony, its grounds bustling with so many strangers and strange new ideas. You feel something rising in your chest you haven't felt in some time. Hope. Excitement. What will the new day bring? You better get out there and find out. Rush outside to greet the new day. So, it is Pollen 1, but we're clear-minded, so we get an initial buff. Oh. So much reading, so little action. Cal is kicking around a small beanbag into the air, trying to not let it touch the ground. He's not very successful. That new kid, dog boy, Rex, showed me how to play like this, he says, groaning as the bag hits the ground again. It's a lot harder than it looks. Have a fruit in this trying time, my guy? Tang almost doesn't notice as you approach. She's staring into the distance, almost as if she's gone into sleep mode with her eyes open. She blinks out of her daze when she hears your footsteps. Oh, so Anastasia, she says. It's only you. What do you need? Give medicinal root? Nem doesn't notice you approach. She's focused intently on the document on her holopalm, chewing on her nail as she reads through the small print. She jumps when she sees you, looking momentarily guilty. Oh, hey, Anastasia, I was just looking over some stuff. The Helios have all these documents you have to sign if you wanna... She trails off, biting her lip. I'm gonna sign up to join with the Helios, she says, hesitantly. But there's a part where if you're under 18, you have to have a parent's permission just to sign up as a reservist, and... Nem looks down at the ground, scuffs her shoe into the dirt. My mom's gonna be so mad, she mumbles. So mad, like she's probably gonna cry, and it'll be this whole stupid thing, and... She takes a deep breath. I gotta do it. I just gotta do something. She'll understand if you explain. Yeah, I hope so, Nem says. I'm gonna tell her that if she doesn't let me sign up, I'm gonna run into battle next time aliens come, and, well, it'd be better if I knew what I was doing. I'm not gonna get caught off guard again, Anemone says, setting her jaw. When they come back, I want to be able to fight with everything I got. No one else has to die like Calm. Nem gestures angrily to dismiss the hall screen and puts her face in her hands. She crouches down small, pressing her head against her knees. Takes an anguished breath. God damn aliens, she says. Bunch of dumb dinosaur-looking assholes. You don't have to do this. You tell her there are other ways to help besides fighting. She stands up and rubs her eyes. Maybe, she says, but this is my best option. I'm not gonna let them take away anyone else. Alright, fair enough. Have an egg? It was Calm's favorite food too. Okay, alright, just fucking heart-crushing. Hey, asshole! Who's a little bastard? Who's everyone's least favorite character? It's you! This new boy from the Heliopause is a couple years older than you. He's very handsome, and the missing arm gives him a heroic, battle-scarred vibe. He stands tall and ready for action, even though it's a normal, boring day. The other recruits milling around the garrison give him a wide, respectful berth. He sees you staring, gives you a curt nod. My name's Vase. Vase. Lieutenant Olivasius, he says, considering you with a glint of challenge in his eye. And you are... How do you introduce yourself? I'm a soldier, like you. His expression doesn't change. Is that right? He says, with the air of a boy who's hard to impress. Nice to meet you, Solanacea. I hear it's been a rough couple of years for the colony. Lucky thing our Heliopause came along just in time, he continues. Don't worry, we have some of the best soldiers. The very best. We'll keep the colony safe. Are you one of those best soldiers? We train as a team, but... Vase says, then clears his throat. Yes, I've won more than my fair share of zero-G judo matches and virtual rivalry tournaments, even competing against adults, he adds. I bet I could take you. I could beat your ass, motherfucker. Wow, you're pretty cool. You act impressed and make some embarrassingly clear signals that you find him attractive. Well, he says, nodding like he understands. Aren't you intriguing? Maybe we'll see more of each other in self-defense class. Maybe I'll see you in hell, motherfucker. It'll become very clear when it becomes clear why I don't like Vase. But you still said a nice thing to him, Alex. Well, there are game mechanics to consider, my guy, and Vase is one of the hardest friendships to max out. Nemi, on the other... Nami? Nemi? Nami. No. Nim? Nom? Fuck. I forget their name. They, on the other hand, are a sweet little angel, incapable of doing wrong, and I love them. That was not them, that was the pets. Nami, that's right. You've seen Nami around the Heliopause since it landed. They're around your age and barely 1.5 meters tall, only coming up to your shoulder. You've never seen anyone dress as strangely as they do. Hi! Their voice is high-pitched and quick. I'm Nami. It's short for nomination. They do a little twirl and bow. You introduce yourself and ask what they do for fun. Well, Nami begins, kind of everything. I like designing outfits and reading manga and learning about dinosaurs and cool xenofauna and robots and aliens and I'm watching anime and playing Laser Fable, of course. Mostly I play Laser Fable. It's so fun to play it outside in the great big endless outdoors. Nami dances in a circle, waving their arms and gesturing at your surroundings. Challenge them to a game of Laser Fable. You're on! Nami helps you install it on your Hall Palm and explains the rules. Laser Fable is an augmented reality game where you bounce hologram lasers off real objects nearby. It's speed-based, so you're running around and bumping into each other, and there are extended house rules about when it's legal to block each other's lasers. Good lord, look at all these sixes, god damn. Feels good. Incredible. God damn, that fucking rocks. I don't want to use any of these sixes. Come on, man. Don't make me do it. I just want to keep them in my hand and look at them. They're so pretty. Okay, okay, a mere 37. Okay, Shimmer Cure has to go here. What do we have going on here? +1 skill on... Well, we don't have a mental challenge. Otherwise, this would be very nice. Okay, we get a 6. That becomes a 6. That's a 5. That's a 6. That's a 5, 5, 6. Is that the best we can do? 39? Probably not, but it's good enough. It was! Oh, well, nice. 2 combat, 1 kudos. Right on, friendo! Nami gives you a high five and a couple quick flicks of their gauntlet to give you a kudos for winning. They explain that this is how they always play Laser Fable with the kids from the Heliosphere. Except they mostly don't want to play anymore. They say they're too old for it. Like, they just want to be soldiers now. Except Rex. He's still cool. It's so cool your guys have people who aren't boys or girls too, Nami says, twisting a long piece of their hair around their finger. Mom and Dad told me sometimes people on old Earth didn't understand stuff like that. And your ship left Earth before us, so maybe it was even worse then. She gives you a bright smile. But they were worried for nothing, so everyone's so nice here. I must level creativity. Have a crystal. Nami makes a sound of appreciation and holds the crystal up to the light. Wow, it makes rainbows! It's perfect! Thank you so much. You are a flawless little monster. Never change, Nami, never change. Who the dog? We'll get to the dog. What do you think about them new kids? Mars asks. Most of them are very, soldiery, and I suppose that's okay if you like that sort of thing. Rex is a total hottie, though, and from what I hear, she makes significant expression with her eyebrows, conveying something. Well, I just want to have a chance with him. All right, have a flower. A cheap gift. Fuck you. It's one of your liked gifts. Quit giving me guff. It's one of 2 things you actually like. Oh, you can rename yourself at any time? That's cool. The colony's full of new people. I mean, that's also true IRL. You can rename yourself at any time. The legal process sucks and it can be a little pricey, but hey, you can always change. The colony's full of new people. Everywhere you look, you see a stranger. It's disorienting. After growing up in a closed spaceship, you never expected to meet any humans that weren't made here on Vertumna. You bump straight into one of those new people when you're jogging through the colony. He laughs and holds you steady, brushing the imaginary dust off of you and giving you a wide-fanged smile. Hey, it's one of the kids from the Heliopods. You think his name is Rex. Hey, I'm Solanaseo. Welcome to Vertumna. You stick out your hand and shake his, and he laughs. You notice he's wiggling his dog ears. They can really move independently. Pleased to meet you, he says. I'm Rex, and I like to shake a paw. I know a ton of tricks. He winks. Rex puts his hand against his cheek, looking cute and lost. Say, since I'm new here, do you think you could help me find the construction yard? Thought I might apply for a job there. For you? Anything. His eyes widen as he winks suggestively and he grins, wiggling his ears and lolling his tongue out like a dog. So adorable. I might just take you up on that, he says. You tell him everything is a bit changed since the Heliopause landed, but you think the construction yard is still near command. He thanks you for the directions. Rex hasn't gotten used to life on the surface yet. You remember your first year. Vertumna seems so enormous, so full of dangers and mysteries. Well, it still does, but the shock eventually wore off. Rex still has that slightly bewildered look on his face every time he walks outside and the sunlight hits his face. It's so bright and warm. Hugs incoming. Aw yeah, Rex exclaims, grabbing you in a strong bear hug. He even lifts you off the ground a little. It's a good hug. The kind that makes you instantly a little more relaxed. You say that, but no stress reduction? Robbed? Rex, same text, cool. What kind of gift do you think the dog boy likes? An egg? A pretty flower? A crystal? Medicinal roots? Another pretty flower? Fruit? Stick? You'd be right. Woo! Rex howls with happiness as he takes the mushwood from you. You remember my birthday and brought me the perfect stick for my collection. I didn't remember your birthday. Coincidental. Rex likes mushwood logs. Everything dies, this says, plucking at some dead grass and blowing it away into the wind. Plants, people, civilization. Even this planet's gonna die on a long enough timeline. He dusts his hands off and rests his chin on his knees. Why even bother fighting it? Why try to do anything at all? Crawling in my skin. These wounds, they will not heal. I feel you, buddy. I make fun, but this isn't wrong. He's just kind of intense with it. It's kind of a lot. Your mom has set up a makeshift desk near the construction site. It's going over some spreadsheets on her holopalm. She turns to you, and you're surprised to see her look relaxed for the first time in over a year. Sure, everything's a mess right now, she says, but these guys showed up at just the right time. They have working hydroponics, good soil, plenty of food reserves. We shouldn't run into trouble again. Hello, my little tomato. Your dad's voice rings out across the fields, hale and hearty. You don't have it in yourself to be embarrassed. Not during pollen. Not with the memory of him struggling to breathe so fresh in your mind. You coming to check in on your old man? He teases you. He takes a deep breath, holds it, and lets all of it out comfortably. I'm doing great. No congestion, no sneezing, and I definitely don't want to take a hike outside these walls. Your dad pulls you in for a big hug, ruffling your hair. He smells like sunshine and dirt and sweat. You've never been happier to breathe it all in. He's alive. I'm proud of you, he says quietly. You can pull off miracles, kiddo. You spot your dad munching on a soy ration. You know, these soy bars from the new ship are pretty good, he says. I know it's basically the same stuff as what we've got, but it tastes different. He examines the bar with a critical eye. Maybe some kind of unique chemical fingerprint in the kitchen nano printer. Sure, man. Sure, yeah. Okay, what the fuck are we getting up to? I am overwhelmed with options in a good way. We only have so much time, right? We are 15. The game ends when we turn 20. There's a lot I want to get done. I want to be leveling engineering, but I still want to be going out. Is there anywhere new unlocked right now? I don't... Not yet. But I'm clear-minded today, so I have a chance to boost skills. So engineering I can level by exploring as well as going to classes. Look, just let me think. What's not notice board? 190% supplies, 60% security rating. Security rating, not great. Supply depot, we can get a cake. I don't need it yet. Part of me is like, well, we should explore to level up toughness, and combat, and animals. Animals is really close to leveling. Foraging in the valley would give perception biology. Both of those are max. Surveying in the plains would get perception animal friendships with this. I'm not crazy about that. Bravery and perception is kind of okay. Fuck it, let's just do all three. Let's just knock them out. We explore. We get the thing that gives us extra kudos, but I don't really need or want new kudos right now. I would if we had the ability to get rid of our cards, but we don't. And then level engineering and reasoning. That seems fair. That seems fair. Let's start with Forge in the Valley. Right? This gives a lot of stuff. This probably gives the most eggs. I'm almost out of eggs. So yeah, let's start in the valley. Chief Surveyor Utopia stops you and Dis near the depot. Feel that? She asks. You can kind of feel an ominous distant thumping, pulsing regularly through the ground. If you stand still, you can feel it vibrate into your own body too, like a massive global pulse. Utopia says, checking a readout on her holopalm. I reckon it's naturally occurring, she concludes, but it's giving me willies all the same. You two better check it out. Mind you stick together, take readings on the way in case it's dangerous. You and Dis look at each other, excited. You follow the thumping, now an audible noise growing louder west until you've triangulated its location. You know you're getting close, but it sounds like it's coming from all around you. Your instruments aren't precise enough to help. Follow the sound. I can't do a 2, 3, 4. I could do a 1, 2, 3. Sure, yeah, let's. There we go. A 1, 2, 3. I'm just gonna 2, 2, 2. That turns into a 3? Is that good? Well, not bad. And then now I have to start paying attention. Okay, 8. 8. 6, 6, 6. That's 48. I could instead have 44. 48. 46. Oh, okay, interesting. I think 48's probably it. So I could be wrong. This this always throws me off, but I think its value is 0. Matches as all pairs or straights. So 48's the highest, right? Yeah, okay. 2 perception, 1 kudo. Why was I... Yeah, I didn't need to worry about that. Perception's max. You find a machine. An ancient, broken down machine. Like a small pyramid shaped building made from some sort of dark stone or bone. That seems almost like it grew that way. Except it isn't broken. It's just very old and overgrown. Looks more like a pile of rubble and roots than a building. Or engine, or whatever it was. Still, a thumping noise comes from inside it. The vibrations are strong here, making your guts feel weird. You don't notice it at first. I'm so bad at engineering, god damn it. But there's a curious path on the ground moving away from the machine. A line half a meter wide where the dirt is a little more worn and bare. It heads off in a straight line to the west, or coming from the west. Could animals have made the path? Or the thumper itself? Marvel at it, I guess. You run your hand over its pitted, vibrating surface. How could something so unbelievably old still work? It's definitely not natural. You can even see something like writing carved deep down into the not quite rock. This starts making unts, unts, unts noises under his breath to the beat of the thumper. It's a pretty sick beat. Eventually, you head back to share your findings with Utopia. Totally an alien civilization, Dis insists. Utopia scratches her head. I suppose maybe, she says. Said it looked ancient, right? Perhaps there could be another civilization here long ago. We found other signs of nothing active like this. Seems to be pointing west, or receiving something? She snaps her fingers. That's some right ugly ridgelines out over there. Kept us from checking that direction, but we got gliders. Motivation. That's half the battle. She makes a note in her holopalm. I'll open up the western resting ridges for surveyors, she says, and then grins. Whew, say that 3 times fast. This is right, it's definitely aliens. Dis nods solemnly. Alright, well, that was the important part of going out today. But, we'll clear this out all the same. Can I get my 3rd Mysterious Stranger event here? I don't fucking know. I think I probably skipped it because it was a perception-based event in the 2nd area, and I just completely was like, perception, I'm done with that. School's for fools kind of energy, and missed out on it. You know, I was hoping for more than 1 egg, but it looks like we'll get 1 egg through a very difficult event. Speaking of, 2 egg! Big stonks! That's economics. Egg, I'll see myself out. The Valley of Vertigo spans a huge and relatively safe area, so it's rare to see other foragers out here. It's surprising, then, to come across Utopia and 2 other foragers crouching in the underbrush. Psst, Solana, say it! Utopia hisses, beckoning you over. Get over here! You slink to the other foragers. Through a gap in the underbrush, you spot a terrifying sight. A fully grown manticore has fallen into the nests of at least 20 snap bladders, and they're engaging in what looks like a battle to the death. I got 10 kudos on the snap bladders, she says. Fell into a nest once. I was laid up in medbay for a week. Poor manticore, says one of the other foragers. What a way to go. The last forager snores. Cares. After what they did to Hal, every manticore can rot for all I care. The manticore roars in pain as it's torn apart by whip-fast, hungry snap bladders. We're gonna help that manticore. Why? Animals challenge, baby. I do it all for the XP. That of the Thumper's just incredibly good, but let's hold on to that. 1, 2, 4. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 3. Nope. 1, 2, 4, 5. Sure. I need 51 on this next hand. Bro, that seems like bullshit. I'll definitely need this. I'll need this. I'll need this. And that gets me to a 43. Okay, and that gives me a 5, 7, 9, 9, 43, 43. 46 though. 46. Big brain, big brain. I don't like the stress cost on this, but I take it. Nice. We gained 6 stress. 2 animals, 1 kudo. Utopia tries to stop as you burst through the underbush, dedicating yourself to being the best distraction your weak, fragile human body can be. Enough of the snap bladders turn their focus on you that the manticore is easily able to pick the others off. Crunch, munch, snap. Off go enough heads in the manticore's powerful jaws that the survivors cut their losses, disappearing back into their burrow. Now you find yourself face to face with the manticore, Rotumna's perfect murder machine. It looks at you quizzically. You look back. You feel a weird connection to the creature. Suddenly, the manticore roars, lunging at you, lashing its great mane. Wisely, you scream in terror and get the hell away. Luckily, the manticore is too wounded to bother chasing you. You and the other foragers make it away without injury. We keep exploring. A bristle slug. Okay, bristle slug. I already have one of these, but we're so close to leveling up animals, I should probably do that. Yeah, well, killing it would be easier. Killing it would be easier, and we need combat XP as well. That doesn't feel good. That doesn't feel good at all. But if I max out animals, that'll give me a buff to leveling engineering. I can do it. I can do it. I can catch it. We already have one. Let's catch another one. 1, 2, 3. Man, I've got to get rid of these shitty cards. We have so many cards that are just like bad. 32. I think that's the best we can do there. Yes. 33. Better. And I don't have to use that. Yeah, okay. Okay, I am not... We could get the best possible value here. I'd rather not. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And if this isn't the best value, and I should have been using this, god damn it. Well, fuck it. I don't want the stress. I don't want the stress. One animal, fine. Another bristle slug for the geoponics barns. You're getting good at this. 10 kudos. Lumpy ground. I'll find another way. I don't remember what that is. Sponge-like hive. You come across a curious sponge-like hive, pockmarked with holes containing wriggling grubs and oozing a sweet-smelling syrup. Atop the hive is what appears to be the hive queen, looking like... Oh, wait. Her swollen abdomen is the hive. She's rooted here, probably drawing nutrients from the soil like a plant while she tends to her larva. Utopia mentioned these. It's a squeeger hive. Harvest honey. Interesting. 333. 4, 5, 6 I can do. 4, 5, 6, and I just throw the 1 in there, I guess. Yeah, well, no, I use the 4. 6, 5, 6, 6, 5, 1, 0. 38. I'm trying to figure out where the best place for you is. Right here, apparently. Works for me, boss. 38. Could have gone higher. Yeah, not doing that. Two animals. We're 3 away. The calm hive queen is only a rudimentary danger sense. Squeeger hives can be very defensive when they sense danger to their young, but so long as you don't set off the workers or the larva, you're free to walk right up to her. You gently avoid hurting any of the babies as you scrape her copious honey into a collector. You decide to take a shortcut. It's the shortcut time. All right, start walking. I could use the stress reduction. East. Dead end. Wow, I know exactly where we are, but it's a lovely dead end. I forgot that this gives you memory. I should have done this before. But it's a lovely dead end, a magical, beautiful dead end. A shaft of sunlight finds its way through the fog and makes the entire clearing glow. Sometimes getting lost can be worthwhile. You don't know where you're going, but you sure know where you are. All right, we go west, west. You stumble into a thick pollen cloud. The forest goes quiet. As you wander through it. You get the sense you're not supposed to be here, like at all. You go north. You find what looks like a nest of snapbladder eggs, thankfully empty. The little bastards have all grown up and are terrorizing someone else. Go west. This is impossible. Every mush tree looks the same. You tie your scarf around one, hoping it'll give you at least one landmark. Go south. Think you recognize this mush tree. Maybe. It's hard to tell. Go south. In frustration, you bang your hollow palm against your other palm. Like you're clapping alone in the wilderness, like a fool. It seems to do the trick, though. Your hollow palm registers a signal from base camp and brings up a map and compass. Well, at least you're out of here. Staring at this jungle has made you a little more perceptive to the subtle differences. Maybe next time you won't get so lost. It's worth getting lost every time for that stress reduction. You find a healthy blep bush and harvest some of the leaves to bring back to the colony. Utopia is beyond excited when you see her. It's blep time, baby! Do it for the blep. Do it for the blep. Oh, look, an egg. We take the egg. You're big mad. I run away. Oh my god. Horrendous start. Let's do that, I guess. Card becomes a 3. What do you... Okay, now I care. 32, 33, okay. Yeah, 33 seems like it's the best. Nice. Couple of toughness. Hey! You stumble blindly through the clearing towards the relative safety of the trees. The cumbersome egg about, yeah, we've done this. I don't need to reread it every time. New perk, though. Update basic cards in the garrison gym. I've never done that. I've never made sense of that mechanic. We can take a look. I still don't fucking understand it, but we can take a look. Is it the right way? Right. This was the perception test I didn't care about, I think. Yeah. You come across a cluster of mushrooms. Identify the mushroom. Go around. Go around. Go around. I'm good on biology. It's your field of butter dandies. We take the stress heal and we move on. What is this? A line of termite-like insects crosses a path here. Curious, you follow them to their destination. A massive sponge-like hive of crawling bugs writhing with life. The bugs are tending to larvae, I don't know why I keep misreading that, nestled into the holes of the sponge, feeding on the rich royal jelly that oozes from the hive. Oh, it's a squeeger hive. The hive queen has chosen this spot to root herself to the ground, her swollen abdomen forming the spongy hive that sustains all of her children. You're a little afraid of her acid, but that royal jelly looks tasty. We wade in and try to get some sap. Huh. Weird. Wildcard values matches all pair. So this would count as a set of 8. I don't know how to feel about this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fuck. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. $40. 44. 44. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty confident about that. Yeah. Animals are so close to life. Ah, there it is. There's 100. You get in there and squeeze out some of the jelly from one of the hive queen's many holes. Wow. Somehow managing to not get sprayed too badly by your acid. Some lands on your arm and the back of your hand and sizzles briefly, but you keep your calm long enough to escape with your bounty. It's a pretty good card. More importantly, new perk. Upgrade pet cards via relaxing in the park to tier 3, baby! And also, enlightened. You have been enlightened by mastering a skill. You get a +1 to all mental skill increases for 3 months. So we are fucking doing engineering. You come across a veritable feast of berry bushes. We go another way. That's a trap. You find a trippet. A large, tasty kind of, plant, kind of? You've heard it's sort of like an animal, too. Like a lot of the creatures on Vertimna, it kind of defies classification. Harvest some stalks. You start breaking off the freshest and youngest looking shoots. The plant shudders. Well, we're already in this deep. Let's analyze the shudder. 3? A 3? 3. um, what do you become? 6, 5. I don't know. That was a very weird hand. 9, 6, 6, 4. Boom. This actually 44. I can do better than 44. I think. I'm wrong. I'm wrong and dumb. I'm wrong and dumb and bad. How about that? 44. Yeah. 2 animals, great. 1 kudos, though. Yeah, this plant's definitely alive and sentient, like an animal. It's definitely not happy you're ripping its limbs off. It's hard to tell if it's in pain, really. You'd say discomfort, at least. All the same, stop. Yeah, no, something about what you're doing feels wrong. Make a note on your map where it is, but oddly, you never find it again. We got nothing out of that. That would have given us food, but we've moved past such concerns. An enormously tall tree. An enormous tree forms part of the path here. Its roots cut natural stairs into the path. A magnificent canopy of large, flat leaves completely blocks out the sun. They arch overhead, almost to the ground on the other side. Walking under it is like going through a tunnel. The tunnel is dark and gloomy, unseasonably cool and filled with the whispering of leaves. You get the sense that something is aware of your presence. We can whisper back or climb up it. I'm going to climb up it. You climb up and onto one of the big flat leaves. Surprised they can actually hold your weight. Neat. You get high enough out of the fog to see the whole area. It's pretty big, but it's very pretty, but nothing else happens. Maybe I should have whispered back. Typically, when the void whispers, you don't talk back, but, you know. You hear a rustle in the bushes and catch we've followed this before. It's just some fucking animal. Hello, be a cool Vricky? Be a cool Vricky? Be a cool Vricky? It's a cool Vrick. Oh, it's not a cool Vricky. I need the combat experience. I need the combat experience, and maybe I should be sorry, but I'm not. What are it? 6, 6, 6. The number of the beast. 6, 6, 6. 3, I guess. Oh, that turned into an 8. I'm mad at math. It's not staying. 33? 40? I could have gotten a 40. I could have gotten well, that wasn't so hard. You smack a couple of them to the ground, get a little bravery. Yeah. Got some combat, got some bravery. Not mind-blowing. Okay, well, we've burned some stress. Let's get the fuck out of here. Let's get the fuck out of here. Let's go home, baby. Let's go home. Oh, great. Level biology. Woo. Dis. You head out of the colony hoping to find Dis, and you do, as well as Rhett and Utopia, who've teamed up to talk to Dis about something that has him scowling deeply. It was different before the attacks, you hear Utopia say, but you're older now, and when you're on expedition, you can get in a lot more danger than when you were just a kid going on a walkabout. When you're out there on my team, I'm counting on you to do as you're told and be where you said you'd be. She gestures beseechingly. What am I going to do if something happens to you out there, kid? What if you disappear one day and you're hurt and nobody knows where to find you? What if... I'll be fine, Dis cuts her off. I can take care of myself, and if I can't, that's on me. That's not how it works here, Rhett says, his voice stern. You're not just putting yourself in danger out there, you're putting the whole colony in danger. I know you're a bit of a loner, son, but you have family here, all of us. We're your family. We're going to send people out to find you. What if they happen to get in the same trouble you did? He continues. We're counting on you to follow directions out there, to keep everyone safe, not just yourself. What if I don't want to be found? Dis explodes, waving his arms. What if I want to be left the hell alone? Rhett and Utopia are stunned by Dis's outburst. Rhett opens his mouth to respond, but Dis talks over him. If I don't come back, just leave me out there, he spits. This planet wants me dead. Maybe I deserve it, huh? Don't you ever think about that? Maybe I deserve to die out there. Maybe we all do. With that, Dis stomps away. Rhett and Utopia look stunned. You follow Dis around the outer walls of the colony to where he's angrily pulling things out of the drain pipe hiding hole he's long since outgrown. Stupid humans, he grumbles, stuffing what looks like a bedroll into a carrying bag. Never think of anything except... Oh, he continues, trailing off when he sees you. What do you want? You okay? I'm great, Dis mutters. Just awesome, actually. Yeah, thanks for asking. You watch him pull things from his hideaway and throw them into 2 piles. Screw this colony, he says. I don't need to be a part of it. I didn't ask to be a part of it. I don't need it. I don't need anyone. I'd be better off living in the woods like an animal. At least that's real. He reaches in and pulls out a busted-up looking mechanical device. His old alien communicator he made using gear he stole from Command. Jeez, he laughs. Guess I don't need this anymore. Do what you gotta do. Dis nods. Thank you, Solana. I hoped you'd understand. Dis finishes packing the stuff he's going to keep, which barely amounts to a full backpack. He straps it onto his back and nods at you, determined. Ever tell you my full name? He asks seemingly randomly. No, you didn't. Dis smiles a little at that. With the corner of his mouth, he huffs a self-depreciating laugh. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have. Sucks, honestly. It's dysithmia. What does it mean? Dis takes a long breath and lets it out. His shoulders slumping. It means being sad. What a joke, right? Who names their kid that? He shakes his head. Aunt Anne always talked about how babies made everyone happier. Was my mom sad before she had me and Tang, or did making us make her sad? His smile twists. Was it me? Was I the reason? Dis scuffs his boot in the dirt. Whatever, he mumbles. No one cared about me, basically ever. Ever since I was born, my own mom didn't love me. The one person who you think could... He looks up at the sky and blinks rapidly. Whatever, he repeats. I'm out of here. Thank you for everything, Solana. You're the only good thing about this shithole. I'm gonna miss you. Give him a hug! You throw your arms around Dis, who grunts and pats your back awkwardly. He doesn't relax until you fully let him go. You watch him disappear between the fungal trees. Within minutes, he's out of sight. You're getting ready for bed later that day when you receive a colony-wide announcement through your holopalm. It reads as follows. Colony notice. Reminder that there are no unauthorized trips outside the wall without prior authorization from Expeditions Command. Anyone caught in violation of this rule will be punished. This includes, quote, going for a walk. It is dangerous outside the walls and is only to be done by trained and armed personnel. Thank you, Command. How about that? You send Dis a message. Bunch of question marks. Dis messages you back immediately with just a picture of a knife. You're guessing he didn't get very far. Be edgier, my guy. Be edgier. So, okay. We could. Look. We could go to biology right now, or engineering right now, or surveying the ridge. Levels engineering. It doesn't help with my shitty reasoning, but it levels engineering, and we have this buff, and we have enough energy. Why don't we go survey the ridge? The only way to the resting ridges is by glider, part vehicle, part kite, and all adrenaline. You land on the rocky, broken-up spine of the nearest ridge and nearly fall over when you look down at the plummeting slope into the basin below. You are a long way up. Dis and Utopia glide in beside you. Woo! Utopia exclaims. You handled that glider like a champ, Dis. You too, Solana. She peers down over the slope of the ridge. A lot more exciting than the swamps, right? I want you two to stick together out here. It's dangerous in those convergent domain ruins. Convergent domain? Ruins? You can look around. The landscape is like nothing you've seen before. Dry, cracked soil gives way to steep cliffs, and what little vegetation here is brittle and sharp. You can feel the dry air wick away all the moisture from your lips. Wait, what the heck is that glowy thing on the ground? You pointed out. Utopia gives a nudge with her foot. Beats me, she says. You unearth the object. It's pulsing with light, warm to the touch. Hold up, Utopia says. Don't just go picking things up, Solana. It could be radioactive, you know? Utopia waves her hull palm crystal over it, then checks the interface. Huh, only a little, she concludes. Whatever it is, looks old, like thousands of years old. We've been digging up all kinds of glowing gadgets all over this region. Got no clue what they're for. Hang on to that one. Maybe you'll figure it out. Oh, okay. And what is that cute little nose doing on your cute little face? Utopia narrows her eyes at you and just stares you down. Then she breaks out into a grin. I don't know what you're playing at, Solana. She puts on extra emphasis on her accent. But you ain't getting any special treatment from yours Shirley just for buttering me up. You have to pull your weight just like the rest of the surveyors here. Go on, kid. Try not to fall off a cliff. So, there are events. We're going to do some stress management. How's that? We're going to go to the end, and we're going to work our way backward. Is that going to work out? Maybe. Probably not, honestly. I can remember 1, 2 or 3 stress reduction events in this area, and they do not reduce stress very much. At all. What gear am I using? Wrong. Okay. We keep the hot eye. +5 the challenges. Sounds fine. A +1 to all social cards. This would require we use at least 5 of these to equal this value. I'll probably do that, though. Social cards aren't valued very highly. If we take a look at them, most of them are 5 or lower. We have a lot of low value cards, so that could be really helpful. I don't really care what our combat score is right now, so Sun Medallion. It's just 5. I don't need to justify it. Oh fuck. Okay. I just pressed E. And it's a bad event too. The sun goes out behind a cloud and you feel light spattering of rain. It sizzles into the dry, hot ground around you, providing a little relief from the heat of the day. And then you realize you don't see a single cloud in the sky ahead of you, and it almost never rains in the western resting ridges. The plants here rely on nighttime dew for moisture. Run. You don't bolt for cover with your hands. You bolt for cover with your hands thrown over your head. You don't even care what's up there. You just know that was no rain. We'll get to it. We'll get to the thumper. There's a lot of stuff here. I don't think I have enough energy to do everything. I'd like to, but I'm just grabbing the resources for now and hoping. Is this the dis event? This is not the dis event. This is a shitty one. Utopia sent you and Dis to study one of the large crystal outcroppings. Up close, you can get the sense that they're alive somehow. They're angular, hard to the touch, but they have a sort of sponginess and warmth to them that's a little disconcerting. They emit a humming noise. Dis pokes one with his finger. Weird. It's almost like they're breathing. Okay, card gets a +2. You'll become a 4. Okay. An 8. 8's pretty good, right? That would be 2 7s, which is a 22. That would just be a 20. That'd be a 21. Holy shit, is this the best possible hand? I think it might be. Okay, 22 it is. Weirdly, sometimes it's better to not play cards. Huh. I could turn this 4. That could turn that into a 5. Then this would become a 6, and then this would pair with the 6, and that's a 32. And I think that's the best we can do here. Yeah. Now I only need an 18 to beat this. Easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, my guy. Lemon squeezy. Okay, 36. Can I do better than 36? I feel like I probably can. I feel like maybe I am wrong. That's 32. That's 6, 7, 8, 42. That's a 6, 6, 7, 3. Probably that, right? Yeah. 42! Perception, kudos. You notice that they hum the loudest at midday under full sun. A few crystals that have grown under shaded outcroppings are less vibrant than the others. They look kind of like convergent domain tech, don't they? This says. Like the organic obsidian or the crystals embedded in the ruins. Try blocking the crystal's sun. On a hunch, you cover one up with some ferns. After an hour, it stops vibrating. Then something deep inside it has gone dormant. The crystal turns clear, like the ones that were shadowed naturally. When you remove the fronds, the color returns. Oh, so it's like photosynthesis, this exclaims. But it's not a plant, right? Try uprooting one. They do indeed have roots, and they're really tough. You dig around the base of one and expose them, so you can see they're made of the same glass, but rough and frosted and warm. Much warmer than the surrounding soil. The roots go down deeper than you can dig. You won't be able to remove one without breaking it. We don't break them. Why? Because it gives stress, and I know this. You take some more readings, measure the distance between crystal clusters, and number in each cluster. Hopefully these numbers will be useful to Utopia. Is this the stress reduction event? Yes! You're scaling a huge rock plateau when suddenly you're overcome with a feeling of peace. You've never felt anything like this. You literally feel lighter, like all your troubles have been lifted away. The feeling is stronger than when you touch the rocky surface and you realize it's radiating from the rock. And Dis is here. Dis is sunning himself on top of the rock, stripped down to his shirt. He looks up as your shadow falls over him. Oh, he says slowly. You found it too, huh? This must be the place Dis told you about. His favorite place on the planet. The rock that makes him feel happy. You know how he feels now. He shades his eyes from the sun as he looks up at you. I haven't told anyone about this place, he says. Well, except you. That's how they get you, you know, he says. Once they know you love something, they can use it to control you. Deep. Dis shrugs. He doesn't seem to care if you're making fun of him or not. Must be the power of the rock. You're gonna want to keep this secret, though, right? Dis asks. I don't want this place dug up and studied. It'll ruin it. He scowls. People always ruin things, especially researchers. Some things you don't need to understand. I promise to keep it. Okay, it's our secret. You do take a few readings, though. Just because. All data is important. You mark down the location, but fudge the coordinates, so when they send out afterward, we'll get lost. Wonder if the rock is natural. Animals seem to really like it. As you're taking your readings, you watch a swarm of Dorps moths basking on the rock as well, just like this. Then you lie down on the rock beside this, letting the strange magic fill you with an incredible sense of peace, love, and unity with the universe. Get thing. I don't think our stress reduction's gonna be good enough to save my ass through all the events I'd like it to be saved. I will be right back. I want to put a kettle on because I'm almost out of tea, and I'm not gonna have a good breaking point for a while. So I'll be right back. Oh man, I have a mirror that I passed on the way back, and my face is still kind of cut up from something, and I'm like, God damn, that looks rough. It's healing. It's just gonna take a little while. This is an entirely different person when he's outside the colony walls. Without people constantly trying to correct his asocial behavior, it's like he's blossomed into someone who's actually confident. The more time you spend with them out here, the more glimpses you catch of the real Dis. But you can't do this, he says, jumping off the huge boulder and doing a cool roll at the end. Wait, no, but you can't do it with your eyes closed. I can. You and Dis cavort around, daring each other to do more and more dangerous things. Dis isn't scared of anything. You think if you see something up on one of the plateaus above you, the cliffside is covered in convenient vines. Dare him to kiss you on the lips. Dis goes pale. What? No, that's not the same, he exclaims. You're cheating. Wow, you might have found the one thing that Dis is scared of. He insists you pick a real dare. Dare Dis to climb up there. He climbs up to the top of the cliff, no problem. Turns around at the top. Now it's your turn. Well, you dared him, so you gotta follow through. Vines are slippery and dangerous, some of them even alive. Wriggle has grabbed them. You lose your grip right at the top, you start to slip to fall, but Dis grabs you. Got you, Dis exclaims, pulling you over the edge. Your heart is thumping and you're all sweaty from fear, but you did it. Dis looks so calm and collected, even though he just climbed the same treacherous wall and had to save you from a long fall. Why doesn't he ever seem scared? The plateau is empty, but it provides a great way to look over the resting ridges. You and Dis take a break and watch the shadows creep across the dusty, cragged landscape. This is the life, Dis says. No school, no gossip, no bullies, no one telling me what to do or what to think. He pops his elbow up on his knee and squints into the suns. Even with my augmentation in the colony, I always feel like such a coward, but maybe the problem isn't me. It's everyone else, you know? I'm not scared of any of the usual stuff, monsters, getting hurt, even dying, like who cares? He continues, but humans keep finding ways to control people with fear, and well, they can't control me. How about that kiss? Dis laughs, embarrassed, and starts scrambling down the side of the cliff again. You have to catch me first. Cute AF. I don't think this kicks us. I think we can continue exploring after this. I think, but I've been wrong before, so it's a beautiful little locust lands on your arm. It calmly washes its face with its forearms and vibrates its wings like it's cooling off. Move on. Good thing, too, because a whole swarm of them is coming over the horizon. You're out of there before they arrive, and when you come back later in the week, the entire place is stripped of vegetation. The only thing still standing are crystals glinting in the sunlight. Burp. A precarious natural land bridge drops down sharply on both sides. You kick a rock over the side, but don't hear it hit the bottom. Do you cross? Cross the bridge very carefully. Would give us a 6 value card. I could turn back and take no stress from this, right? Yeah, alright, that's there if I want it. That 6 value card would be nice, but like, I don't have to do it right now. I can decide to do it later. Fully grown dilly pillars are massive, slow-moving trains. If one crosses your path, you're in for a wait, which is exactly what you're doing. The gargantuan dragon has been slowly lumbering over this ridge for at least half an hour, its body disappearing into the heat haze of chasms on both sides. Its feet slowly undulate across the cracked soil, making swooshing sounds and scattering boulders in its wake. Let's climb on its back! The creature is moving more than slowly enough for you to climb up, using its large, soft spikes as handholds. It's going to take hours to get anywhere interesting, but from up here on its back, you can see further. Also, there are other creatures up here. You've climbed up right next to a cluster of dwarf moths, heads tucked under their wings like they're sleeping. And in the other direction, there's even a bush bub. Or rather, it looks like a pile of rocks and some twigs. Hassle the dwarf moths. Stress reduction. You wade into the cluster of dwarf moths, swinging your arms and feet wildly. They erupt in a cloud of dust, soft wings beating against your face as they flutter away in agitation. You sneeze, but that's all that happens. You climb down the other side and continue on your way. You haven't been down into the deepest crevices of the ridges, where the crystals grow thick and the air is stagnant and dead. It's already sweltering on the ridges, but in the chasms you can see the heat warping the air almost like a permanent fog. Utopia says the air's so thick and still you can't even use a glider down there. At least one thing survives in the haze, though. While you take your break for lunch one day, you can see flickers of silver dart in and out of the fog like ripples of light on a lake. As you unpack your tiffin box, the silver flashes come out of the fog and begin to surround you. They're animals, eyeless, almost translucent creatures about the length of your arm, trailing meters-long tentacles behind them. Their mournful hooting is magical and strange. You look them up on your hollow palm. Oh, air squid babies. Wait, air squid are predators. Oh, how cute! Oh no! Oh no! We'll use this. This is a worse card. 4, 5, 6. Boom. Five, 6, 0. Turn that into a 25, I guess. Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 is 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I guess pop on an 8 at the end. 36. Yep, 36. That's what? How? Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter. You duck behind some roots and keep perfectly still as the creepy creatures float around past you. They don't seem to be hunting for food. They must be on their way somewhere. Until they suddenly turn back and zero in on your location. You find yourself surrounded by curious baby air squid as their tentacles begin to parse over the ground looking for you. You're not gonna get eaten today. You leave your tiffin and bolt, paying no heed to the noise you're making as rocks clatter down the side of the chasm. As you run, you swear you run right past someone. Wait, where did he come from? Behind you, you think you hear him making a low hooting noise. By the time you realize that your squid are no longer chasing you, he's gone. Now that's a Mysterious Stranger event, but that wasn't the earlier Mysterious Stranger 3 event, I think. I don't think that's the earliest one. I could be wrong. You find yourself blocked by a massive wall. No, a hollow pillar, knocked over and laying on its side in the sand. It's absolutely massive. Stretches to your left and right, at least a kilometer in each direction, though at some points it's crumbled enough you could likely scale over it. Check it out! Alright, well, I'm just gonna take the easy 555 here. It's just no thoughts, only fives. 4, 5, 4, 4, 7, 3, 3, 3, 4, 7, 22, 23. No, that's a 3. I need that. 16, 19. Fuck it. Yeah, 16. I need a 27 here. Oh no, how am I gonna pull off a 27? That's so hard, bro. 33. 36. $35. You're gonna tell me, no, that was the highest I could get. All right, fair enough. 3 engineering. Not bad. Not great, not bad. This looks almost giddy as you follow the loose pillar up to its base, a large pyramid almost entirely lost under the sand. You brush away some of the sand and find the pyramid is inscribed on all sides with pictures of wormholes, you think. The pillar must have once stretched up into the sky. Maybe it was some sort of observatory or sacred building, or just a monument to the wormhole. Mysterious. I don't know. My brain is like, they worm on my hole till I something. I don't know. There's something there. There's something there. It's not good, but there's something there. You're treated to a spectacular sight. A fully grown dilly pillar way off in the distance. Its thousands of legs and kilometer of shimmering body snaking in and out of the haze at the bottom of this chasm. Just watch it. It's terrifying. Like a train. Marvel at it. You're grateful it's a long way away. You can't imagine what would happen if one decided to head through the colony. What a magnificent beast. There's a strange heat haze shimmer across the path ahead. Oddly, it doesn't clear up as you get closer. The mirage effect is very strong. The refracted air makes it look like there's a pool of water on the ground and plants waving around it, but something's just off about the illusion. You can't put your finger on why. Well, we'll come back to that later, maybe. The path ahead is blocked by a field of snaking vines and brambles. They're flowering enormous happy blossoms, swaying in the shimmering heat waves. You could push through them, but your hull pump beeps a warning, a radiation warning. These flowers seem to be highly radioactive, far too radioactive for the mild shielding your suit provides. Luckily, you've analyzed these radioactive plants and know how to pass safely. Or I can turn around, not take the stress from that event, and just continue backtracking. You're getting thirsty. This one sucks. You feel for your backup canteen, but it's missing. Somehow you lost it when you left this morning, and you're all out of drinking water. Suns are high and hot in the sky, making the ground waver as heat haze mirages. Your mouth feels so dry, and your head's starting to ache. You're pretty far from the outpost. You can make it back, but that'd be it for this expedition. You'd have to go home. Search for water. 666 5677. It's pretty fucking good in one hand. A 22333. Pardon? A 22344. That might not. Okay, that is the highest value. I'm like, that might not be, but that's pretty fucking good. There's no natural water around, but in your search, it turns up your lost canteen. Oh, that was lucky. We still take like 2 net stress on that one. Not a good event. Not a good event. Okay. Well, maybe I can clear all the events out here. Goddamn. We're going to be super stressed out for next month, but the flies here are awful. They come out in the heat of day and buzz around you incessantly. They don't bite, but they seem to want something from you. Maybe the water or salt from your sweat. You hope they aren't laying eggs. This calls the most annoying ones rod flies because they stick long, flexible sticks. They're like, I can read, long, flexible sticks with a bunch of wings. They swarm in clouds around your face no matter how hard you try to shoo them away. He says I remind him of Mars. But there are other ones too, like the one with just a big eyeball and a couple pairs of little wings. They make a loud buzzing sound and they're always just out of reach when you try and swat them away. Today, your personal nemesis is one of those eye flies. There's a bunch of them earlier, but only one has persisted. It's been following you, staring at you all morning. You and Dis have been batting at it for an hour, but it's a fast dodger. Dis has finally given up and just plods forward. It even lands on his head, but he doesn't care. Be zen and let it be. Using Dis's strength, you find a sense of peace deep down and just block out the incessant buzzing. We are getting close. You come across a particularly flat area, a large field of obsidian. I was looking for this one. Well, obsidian is the only word you have for it. You've never seen obsidian this bright. It's like a rainbow trapped underneath a glossy black surface. Like the entire ground here is polished black opal. The field glints under the light at certain angles, momentarily blinding you. It looks slippery and shiny. Skate through it. Here I am, going all around the time. I have to do this later. Tony Hawk Pro Skater music kicks on. 22223-888. Okay, well, I want to use this on the last hand. So 822 fuck 6228. Sure, man. Okay. Bam. 5 5 4 6. No. Hold on. You're a 3, but the thing next to you gets a +2, so I'd need to put a 3 next to you to turn that into a 4. I'd need a 2 next to you to turn that into a... Math is hard, okay? 39, 48, 43, 43, 48, 48. Is 48 the highest I could have gotten here? Okay, cool. Get 2 bravery, get 1 kudos. Lose. Well, gain 1 stress, you take your shoes off and glide around on your sock feet. You take a tumble and get a little bruised. But have a blast! And then -10 stress. Woo! Just enjoy yourself. Whee! Don't slide off the edge of the cliff. Minus another 5 for 6, so 7 up, 15 down. That's a 6 reduction? 7 reduction? Yeah, give me the event. We will investigate the mirage. Oh. 2, 2, 2. 0, 1, 2, 8. 6, 6, 6, 6, 4. I should have used the other 4, I guess. The faster you approach, the faster the mirage disperses. You approach cautiously. As you do, you realize what's wrong with the mirage. It's impossible. The plants on the other side of the haze are different, not just wibbly-wobbly from layers of air, but bigger, older. It's a different time of day, evening, not morning. And then you see them. It's you. Through the heat haze, you see yourself in the distance walking towards you. They move to the edge of the mirage and peek around it, but they aren't there. You can only see them through the heat haze, like some kind of doorway or mirror. Just watch. You stare at the figure, the person that looks and moves exactly like you. Then you both move slowly, carefully approaching the mirage. Like mirror images, you raise one arm, your right, and then their left, and touch them together. Then the other person says something, but you can't hear. You can only see their lips move. Is it important? A message from the other you? You're desperate to know, but the mirage fades. It's a mystery. It's a spooky, spooky mystery. Yeah, this was such a better call than just taking the one event and being done with the day. Good idea, Alex. You might not. You're not getting engineering with 33, but hey. It's better than it could have been. This was not here before. You've been saved a few times from certain doom, or at least discomfort, and it can't have been a coincidence. Something or someone has taken an interest in you. I didn't know this event could spawn without me leaving coming back. You're being followed. You're beginning to get a feel for this place and its dangers, so the next time you hear a mournful hoot of a passing air squid, you head toward it instead of away, keeping an eye out for anyone watching you from the cliffs. There. Just as you think you're going to have to grab its tentacles and fly like a kite to get your savior to show up, you see a shadowy humanoid figure appear over a nearby ridge. You make eye contact and both freeze. His almond-shaped eyes widen his not-quite-human face, and he slips out of sight again. Track him carefully. Rather than rush after him, use your tracking skills to carefully follow his path and sneak up on him. You pounce like a manticore, and the two of you tumble into the ground. You pin his arms. Oh my god, he's hot! What a terrible, terrible Outcome, you get a good look at his face for the first time. The long, delicate features, the odd tone of his skin, almost purple, and his glittering alien eyes. Before he can answer your questions, you jump off him, back away. What is he? He brushes the dirt from his clothes and stands up tall. Very tall. You have to take another step back to get a good look at him. You catch a glimpse of pale purple wrists under his tattered black sleeves, delicate, like bird bones. I'm a gardener, he purrs, and you're trespassing on my planet. Now that you can see all of him, you confirm he's definitely not human. Besides the purple tint to his skin, he's also just constructed differently. Human, but not. And it's taken as a whole, those little discrepancies add up to something that is decidedly alien. You're an alien? He laughs, a light and infectious chuckle that sounds more animal than human. And it goes on for a bit too long. I think he might be poking fun at you. Actually, you're the alien here, if you think about it. You do think about it. He's right. He jumps onto a large rock and crouches, eyeing you thoughtfully. Let's make a deal, he says. He speaks with an odd inflection, putting the wrong stress on things, but the words themselves come through easily enough. I'm not supposed to talk to you, he says. It's against the rules. But since you caught me, I can grant you one wish. He smiles mischievously. Is this a joke? I wish to know more about you. He gives you a sly look. In time, Solanacea. I hope we... He pauses, his eyes unfocused for a moment. He stares straight ahead, unblinking. He then slowly stretches like a cat and stands up. Well, this has been fun, but I'm afraid duty calls. He doffs an invisible hat towards you. My name is Symbiosis, by the way, or Sim, if you like. He jumps behind the rock and disappears. Literally, he disappeared. You search all around and can find no trace of where he might have gone or how. SARS, you just met an alien. Oh, where did he go? So mysterious. You should go home soon, go to hell. You're following an animal through the underbrush when a change in ambient noise makes you stop in your tracks and listen. You get the feeling you're not alone. By now, you're used to the feeling of being watched. I know you're there, Sim. You're answered with silence. You have the feeling that you're probably right. You probably sound pretty cool. And if you're not, well, you're talking to yourself in the jungle like an idiot, but at least no one's around to see. A tall form steps out casually from behind a rock. Why, hello again, says Sim, smiling. He bows to you like a courtier, a gesture that looks perfectly elegant on him, but nonetheless carries a deep sense of still being alien. You take the chance to get a good look at him. He's like a human, but not. Not just genetically enhanced. He's a whole different species, an alien, a gardener, whatever that means. It's a lot to take in. You look... He puts a finger to his chin in an exaggerated expression of contemplation, like a wide-eyed sugar bug. His hair slithers around the side of his head like it's trying to get a better look at you. You find your voice and croak. Why do you keep following me? Because, my sugar bug, you're about to stumble into a nest of young snapbladders. I thought you might need rescuing again. Sure ahead, you realize you can hear their mewing up ahead. Even their nestlings can be deadly in numbers. With that warning, I believe my job here is done. Sim purrs and waits to leave. Turns to leave. Wait! You call out to him, but he disappears into the forest without a trace. Bitch, you're right there. Solanacea, Sim greets you warmly. My favorite human, what can I do for you? Take a closer look. Wait. I don't recall this. Take a closer look at Sim. It's only fair that you observe Sim in the same manner that he obviously observes you, observes you, I can read, intently. And while hidden behind a tree, you pretend to leave, then double back, then watch him from a short distance away. You hope you'll see what he does when you aren't around. Sim looks like a human. If an alien had to draw a human entirely from written description. Too tall, too long. His eyes too black, his whole posture weirdly attentive. His hair is the most interesting part, perfectly kept for someone who seems to live in the wilderness, and sometimes you swear it moves in ways hair shouldn't. Like the first time you saw a time-lapse video of a flower turning toward the sun. You watch in silence for nearly 10 minutes, but Sim does absolutely nothing. He tilts his head like he's listening to the wind. Then he leans over to stare at a random patch of grass for too long. Eventually, he turns to stare straight at the spot you're hiding. He purrs. Do you like what you see, sugar bug? You know I do. Sim smiles coyly. Good, he replies. He tosses his long hair over his shoulder and extends his hands, bearing himself for your inspection. It's not a crime to be curious, he says. Why, I find myself very curious about you. You look your fill now that he's offered. You find yourself constantly drawn back to his deep silver eyes. The hypnotic motion of his hair. Within moments, you find yourself more relaxed. Sim's faint smile fills your vision, blanking out the rest of your senses. Do not be alarmed, he says, his voice sounding like it's coming from the bottom of a well. I've the ability to induce a mild sedative effect in organic creatures. I find it useful in reducing their cortisol levels, so I might tend to them more easily. If you find it soothing, I'd be happy to use it on you. At your request, you simply have to ask. Sim is holding a piece of discarded expedition equipment in his hand. I found this, just over there, he says, gesturing into the wilderness. I do not know if it was discarded or simply lost, but you should be more careful. You are guests on this planet. Can you help me calm down? Of course, Sim murmurs, stepping into your space. His cool hands alight on your cheeks, tilting your head to look into his eyes. Within moments, you feel the burdens of your day lift off your shoulders like a balloon floating away into the sky. We lose 5 stress. Your consciousness reasserts itself sometime later. You find yourself being held in Sim's long arms. You blink away in the brain fog and pull yourself together, thanking him for the experience. Sim smiles. It was my pleasure, Anastasia. Stay safe out there. Sim suddenly appears behind a mush tree, which is like a magic trick because you could have sworn it was too narrow for even Sim to fit behind. Why, if it isn't the little sugar bug, he exclaims. What can I do for you? Take an even closer look at Sim. This time, you'll catch Sim doing something weird and alien. You send a survey drone to follow him and watch through your hall palm as he heads into the forest. He comes to a still pond and crouches staring intently into the water. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he snatches an eel from the depths and bites its head clean off. Then he looks up at the drone and gives you a jaunty wave, as if he knew it was there all along. Wait, does Sim usually eat raw living animals, or was he just doing it because you were there trying to catch him doing something weird? Sim suddenly appears from behind a mush tree, which is like a magic. I brought you something. Fuck, I don't remember what you like. You give this back if I give you a strange device, right? Sim examines the device for a moment, then hands it back to you. I think you better hold on to this, Anastasia. You may need it later. Nope, okay. Did I keep the item? Yeah, I kept the item. Interesting. I wanted a quest from you, but I guess I'll get it the next time I see you. Got some cards, got some stress reduction. Feel pretty good about that. Speaking of cards, card acquired. You shuffle across the bridge slowly, examining the cracks and sticking to solid places. You accidentally send a few more pebbles skittering over the edge. Think, better them than me. I thought with nearly every event. Expeditions has been collecting energy readings from this area, tracing the invisible ley lines of power like the one from the thumper that brought you here in the first place. They pointed you to this cave, a nexus of power at the convergence of many lines. You can feel the energy is different here, like a barely perceivable hum that prickles the back of your neck, like something is watching you. It's likely this was some sort of important place for convergent domain, Utopia says, leaning on her glider. I've seen it teams through, but it gets mighty tight in there. Hoping you and Dis might have better luck wiggling in there, she continues. Might be a caves open up inside again, and if they do, take plenty of readings, report back to me. Dis is vibrating beside you on nearly the same frequency as the weird power fluctuations. This is the real deal, he whispers, mostly to himself. It's hard to shake the feeling of being watched. In fact, you're sure of, yep, yes, of course, there he is. You can see Sim's mysterious form up there watching you from a nearby ridge. He holds his hand up in greeting when he sees you looking. Utopia nods and leaves you to it. What's the plan? Talk to Sim first. You gesture. You ensure that Utopia's good and gone before you kick up your glider and go talk to Sim, telling Dis you're going to do a quick scout around the area. Sim looks delighted when you land beside him. You're getting warmer, he sings songs. Hot. Very hot. He rests his weight on his hands and kicks his feet over the ledge. I'm not supposed to tell you anything, he confides, but it's just so interesting to watch you figure things out. Humans. So curious. So smart. You're not getting anything useful out of him. You return to Dis, telling him that everything looks queer. Prep your caving equipment. You get headlamps, a little recording drum with a floodlight attachment, a tiny buzzy flying thing that circles around your heads and sometimes illuminates what you want to look at. It's intelligent, which just means it won't do what you want. Dis bats at it in annoyance. Utopia's also left you with an anti-grav belt, with a warning to practice extreme caution while spelunking down there. Make you lighter so you can climb more easily. Won't hurt yourself as much if you fall into the cave. The narrow entrance leads to a bigger room that animals have clearly used as a den. It's enormous with glowing mushrooms on the walls and piles of bones and some crevices. In some places, the walls are made of iridescent, convergent domain obsidian, like this place was a great hall millennia ago. You can feel a cooling breeze coming from somewhere, but it'll be tricky to find in the dark. Worry not, my guy. A 6 value card locked in the random slot here. I think we'll be okay. Yeah, a 31 on the first hand. Yeah, call me crazy, but 38 on the second hand. I only need an 18 here. We're done. We're done, baby. We are absolutely done. That'll do it. I could do a 4-3 here, I suppose. 3, 4, 6, 6, 7. That wouldn't help, right? Nope. I think 35's probably... Yeah, 38 was possible. You're wrong, Alex. You find the source of the breeze by tossing some fine sand into the air and watching which way the dust blows. It's a very tight crack. Good thing you and Dis are so small. You squeeze through and have to shimmy along the bellies for at least 10 meters, pushing your gear ahead of you. It's uncomfortable, but Dis's excitement draws you on. Past the crack, there are a few signs of animals. The walls are smooth grown obsidian, which is kind of melted, rainbow, oil slick look. There are deeply carved glyphs on the walls at various intersections, like room designations or street names, you wonder. And other kinds of basins, alcoves grown into the rock, full of odd protrusions, all ancient and worn and inexplicable now. It feels homey. You come to realize the convergent domain must have lived underground. That's why there are so few ruins on the surface. As you follow the cave complex down, it's clear this used to be a well-traveled path. Its corridors branching off to other places are now blocked off, as if a big earthquake had rattled the whole area. Only this one main path is still clear. It's too convenient to be a coincidence. The floor of the cave slopes downward like a slide, and it's quite slippery. Pay attention to your footing. You follow the cave system down, 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 all the way to what must be the bottom of the cliffs. You have to climb down a 3-story wall in the last section and are grateful to your anti-grav belt for making it easier. Still tired, though. You can see dim light below. Daylight? You emerge into a hidden valley, totally surrounded by tall cliffs. Did you just come down all that way? You're surrounded by the ruins of convergent domain buildings, in much better condition than the windswept ones on the surface. It's perfectly still here, and as quiet as space itself. What was this? Dis whispers reverently. Some sort of converger facility? And it feels so familiar. You remember this place from your dreams and feel a throbbing sense of importance that's a bit unnerving. Something momentous happened to you here, or will happen to you someday. You poke around a little, then call Utopia, give her your coordinates. She swings down on her glider, with extra ones for you and Dis tethered behind it. You're happy you won't have to climb all the way back up. She whistles. Great find, kids. This place didn't show up on any of our aerial scans. Took a while to find a route in. You look bush, she says. I'll stick around and get some readings. You head on back to the depot and get some rest. Don't worry, we ain't gonna push on without you. I think I'll take her up on that offer, because we can either stay and eat some stress or leave. I think we go home with our 92 stress. A very productive month. Oh, engineering is so fucking close. Late pollen. Yeah. Mars wanting to talk is surprising. Dis wanting to talk, I know what that's about. First, I'm gonna talk to Mom. Why? You'll see. Your mom and dad are taking a midday break in the shade of the trellis and wave over as you approach. Savanasea, come over here, your dad says, pulling up a crate with his foot and patting the top of it invitingly. Come spend some time with your old mom and pop. How's your day been? Not bad. Our fearless explorer, your mom drawls, taking a swig from her canteen. She wipes her mouth with the back of her hand and passes the canteen back to your dad. Made friends with any alien life forms yet? Your face goes on a journey. Friends with... What? Do they know about Sim? How could they? Your parents chuckle at your expression. Wow, Savanasea, your dad says. You know, like the little hop eyes that sneak in, or a blip bug. Oh, those kind of aliens. You thought for sure they were talking about Sim, but hey, while they're asking... Nope. Just, well... Fuck. Okay, hold on. One of these is a stress reduction choice and one of them isn't. And I don't remember which. I think saying nope, just boring old humans is the right choice. But I don't remember. It's been weeks since I've done this. Humans? Yeah. Boring old humans is the right choice. Okay. Your mom and dad nod and go back to their conversation. You sit with them a while and share the canteen. It's ice blep tea. You're not supposed to drink it because it makes you feel kind of buzzy, but it makes the rest of the afternoon fly by. You need a break soon. I need a break from you soon, game. No. Don't you tell me what I need. Mars. What you got going on, Mars? You approach Mars, who's deep in negotiations of some kind with Tangent. When Tang sees you over Mars's shoulder, she points and says your name. Thank you, forces of chaos, chance and chaos, Chance mutters, slipping away as Mars turns her attention to you. She's your problem now, Savanasea. Mars pretends to not hear her. Savanasea, she exclaims, you're looking hideous today, darling. Luckily, I'm doing makeovers and fashion advice free of charge. What's the catch? Mars smiles. No catch, she says smoothly. You just have to try on my new line of clothing. Give me your honest opinion. Come with me, Mars says, directing you to her room. I've been working on these designs for weeks. They're fresh off the printer, and I'm dying to see how they look on a regular person, like yourself. Mars's room is a riot of sparkling fabric. My first fashion line is all about dressing for the seasons of Fortuna, Mars says as she ushers you inside. Yellow and angular for dust, airy and pink for pollen, stuff like that. If we ever make it back to Earth, I want to be known as the visionary who brought Fortuna home. That's a great idea, Mars shrugs. I know. Mars indicates the pile of outfits on her bed. Well, what are you waiting for? Chop, chop. You try on outfit after outfit, letting Mars scrutinize your silhouette and bearing. She seems genuinely focused on how the clothing performs. Finally, you finish trying on all of the outfits. I think the glow jumpsuit is the winner. Go ahead and put it back on, Mars instructs. Then we'll do your hair and makeup. You sit on her bed as Mars pulls out her box of cosmetics. A day look, she asks, or something more bold for nighttime. Something flashy. Mars smiles at you with all of her perfect teeth. Someone after my own heart. Mars does your makeup efficiently, then pulls out a bottle of bright blue nail polish. One more thing, and the look is complete. Mars paints her nails, humming tunelessly while she works. And voila, she says, while she's done. I like dressing up for you. Mars doesn't miss your tone and smiles as she caps the bottle of nail polish. Is that so? She says, voice warm and teasing. What else would you do for me? She bursts out laughing before you can respond. Don't even go there. Your nails are wet. If you mess them up, I'm gonna scream. You and Dis are sitting at the tailgate of one of the expedition vehicles, shelling bobber seeds with your teeth and spitting the hard bits on the ground. Now and then one of you points something funny a passing surveyor does, or spots something under the mush trees. This is the easiest way to talk to Dis, by not talking at all. Dis has always been like this. Being isolated from the other kids has made him thoughtful. Out of everyone, you think Dis might understand Sim and be able to keep the secret. Do you tell him? I trust him. You tell Dis that you saw something interesting when you were out on expedition. Dis perks up immediately, turning to look at you. Yeah? He asks, what? I met an alien. Dis. His jaw drops. His face goes an interesting color. You're worried for a moment that he's going to be upset with you teasing him, but no way, Dis hisses, leaning in. But I met an alien too. So Anasea, what was yours like? Like us, but an alien? You describe Sim. His long, dark hair, his big eyes, his faintly purple skin, the way he never seems to answer any of your questions. Dis stares at your face. Wait, you met Sim too? You nod, and Dis's hands fly to his hair. He said he met another human kid, but he didn't say who it was. It was you the whole time? He made me swear I wouldn't tell anyone else, Dis says earnestly. It was a weird expression on him. He said if other humans find out about the gardeners, we'd all be in a lot of danger. So we can talk about Sim, but we have to keep it a secret. Okay, this will be our secret. Dis nods, looking serious. Good, he says simply, then repeats it. Good. You go back to shelling bobber seeds in silence, watching the colony go about its business. I don't think anybody else has anything to say to... I'm fucking wrong. Look at me, Captain Wrong, being wrong all the time. Tangent is about to duck back into engineering when you approach. She winces and shields her eyes from the sun. She looks at you miserably, and you notice her right eye is glowing faintly. It's my new hollow implant, Tang says. Its ghostly glow snaps in and out of existence as she blinks. I seem to be experiencing an unpleasant side effect from it. Similar to that of an ocular migraine, Tang confesses. Those are the worst. Instance warns me of this level of visual information can be difficult for the human brain to comprehend at first. You agree to follow her into engineering to get out of the sun. Similar to a hall palm, she explains, still holding her forehead and squinting, but with an infinitely large screen because it projects directly into the oculus. It used to belong to Dr. Instance, but she passed it down to me because of my work. I'm sure you'll get used to it soon. Tang sets her jaw and nods, determined. I know I will. It's only pain. It's more than an implant, Tang continues as you follow her to the medbay labs. Hollow eyes the very forefront of human augmentation. They represent next steps towards ascending as a species. She touches a red scar where her hull palm used to be. No more clunky screens, no more privacy concerns, she says quietly. Elegant, integrated design. It observes the motion of my hands and uses it to generate an AR interface for my entire field of vision. It's partially powered by my own metabolism through the magnets embedded in my skin, in my skull. It's beautiful. Nobody else is in here. You hear the gentle hum of experiments running in the corner. This kind of technology is so far beyond what we're capable of reproducing in the colony, Tang sighs, rubbing her temple under the implant. Once they're gone, they're gone. Maybe Earth will send us a shipment of new ones someday, but I expect they've developed something more advanced since we left Earth. Suppose it's more likely they've forgotten about us completely. Bring, bring. A quiet hum of the laboratory is shattered by an alarm. Tang jumps at the sudden noise and shuts her eyes tight. I have to get this, she mutters, gesturing in the air to silence the ringing. The experiment I'm running is time-sensitive, she explains. The specimens require minute changes to their environment every 2 hours. Temperature, humidity, light levels. She grimaces. If we had better automation, it wouldn't be a problem. I can do it. I have biology of 41 or greater. I can do it. Tangent considers this. Yes, you have proven yourself trustworthy in the lab. It's experiment 2A on the wall there. She slumps down on the floor beside you, rests her head on her arms. Go tell me what you see and I'll walk you through it. With Tang's assistance, you set the new environmental parameters for experiment, which seems to involve fungal growth of some kind. It's unfamiliar to you, but you're able to follow Tang's instructions easily. While you're looking over some of the specimens, you realize you could make improvements to Tang's modeling. Well, why not improve Tang's experiment? You make the changes, log them diligently in the computer. Tang breathes a sigh of relief when you return, unaware of your meddling, for now. That should buy me 2 more hours, she says. Tang shifts over, wordlessly inviting you to sit down beside her. Her arm is cool to the touch as it rests against yours. Tang turns to you. Thank you for your assistance. Tang, let me take care of you. Tang gives you a slight smile, barely visible in the faint glow of her hollow eye. People always tell me I should take better care of myself, she says. And they're right, because when other people try to take care of me, they usually get it wrong. Only I know what I need. But you helped, Tang says. Thank you. Please don't tell Lin since my body's adjusting poorly to the hollow eye. She adds, it's only temporary. Stupid flesh prison is not allowed to draw the limits of my form. Cal? You had planned to hang out with Cal today, but when you arrive at the geoponics dome, it's worryingly dark inside. You fumble around in the red emergency lighting until all the lights come back with a heavy kunk of a breaker being flipped. You blink into the sudden blinding light until the figures of Cal and Chief Engineer Instance resolve themselves in your vision. Absolutely no more of that, young man, Instance scolds Cal as he cradles his hoverboard in his arms. The power grid is not your plaything. I understand, Auntie, Cal says. I'm sorry. Instance mutters to herself as she passes you. Honestly, all this over a toy. Hey, bud, Cal greets you. Sorry, I meant to meet you outside after work, but he looks down at his hoverboard. My board just wouldn't start, and I figured maybe it was out of juice, but when I plugged it in, it threw off all these sparks, and the whole power grid shut down. Cal's shoulders slump. I was gonna ask Dr. Instance to take a look at it, but she told me she doesn't have time to fix a dumb toy. Let me take a look at it. Well, okay, Cal says, slowly handing over the lifeless hoverboard. I guess you are pretty good at fixing things. Since yesterday. Since literally yesterday, Cal. You shouldn't be trusting me with this. You open up the hoverboard, poke around in its guts for a little while. After about 20 minutes of fruitless prodding, you have to admit defeat. You're like 75% sure you know what's broken and 0% sure how to fix it. In fact, you think you might have made it worse for trying. Whoops. You hand the hoverboard back to Cal, who cradles it sadly in his arms. Thanks for trying, Solana Saya. I appreciate it. It's always kind of sad when a piece of old technology needs to be retired, but Cal seems to take this one harder than most. He hugs the hoverboard to his chest and excuses himself, not waiting to hear your goodbye. Yep. I can't give you something every day, right? Yeah. We're good on Rex. Okay, so... What to do? I could go out on another expedition, even though I have, like, no fucking stress, because some of these expeditions could reduce some of our stress a little bit. I don't mind hitting 100 today, eating a cake with Cal tomorrow, and then just using Vertumnalia? I think that might be the move. Yeah, that's probably the move. We're gonna do science, bitch. Study engineering. You and Nami are doing independent study after hours when they stand up from their beanbag chair and do a little victory dance. Yes! They shout. It worked! Look, Seiya! They throw something up to your hall screen. The intro for the game, QQ Bishonen Kyutsetsu, comes up on screen. Incongruence's full room hall projectors decorate the walls with a blue sky and rolling green hills. Peppy battle music fills your ears. Nami claps their hands proudly. I installed on the classroom mainframe! They exclaim. It's so much faster. There's no latency at all. Suddenly, the lights go out. Nami screeches and hangs onto you in the dark. The lights flicker back on, but only for a few seconds at a time before going dark again. The temperature drops. The hall projectors no longer display the lush meadows, but instead a ramshackle wooden cabin with the various horrible implements hanging on the wall. Hello, children. Oh no, Nami moans. I must have installed it into Congruence's memory. She's being affected by the game code. Congruence's hall projection appears in the middle of the room. She's facing away from you, but when she slowly turns around, you're horrified to see her face is smeared and featureless. Do you want to play? Yes! An unnatural growling noise fills the room. Nami squeaks and hides behind you, but it doesn't matter. The noise is everywhere, surrounding you. Congruence's hall projected form flickers and becomes a shaggy manticore with glowing eyes, and then it's gone. A howl echoes off the walls. The hunt is on. You and Nami fight your way through Congruence's hall projected nightmare, encountering beasts the likes of which you've only seen in books from Earth. They stalk you through misty forests and trap you in dank-looking cellars. They scream and moan and cry and howl. You've been never so scared from a holo game. It feels so real. I didn't make this, Nami says, their chest heaving as they look around for the next creature. This isn't even the game I installed. Congruence. The manticore reappears, a ghoulish apparition. Is this what you wanted? No, Nami screams. Seiya, what do we do? I'll fix it. Apparently, my engineering's high enough to do that now, which it shouldn't be, but it is. You use your hall palm to access Congruence's system files. It's not, strictly speaking, allowed, but neither is installing game software into her brain. After a few minutes of hacking, you realize something doesn't add up. There's no trace of Nami's game here. Congruence is a massively intelligent being. There's no way she would have allowed her base programming to be manipulated like this. The lights flicker back on, and Congruence's hall projection smiles cheerily. You solved my puzzle, she chirps, and plays a recording of cheering and clapping. I thought simply telling you not to install unapproved software would be boring, she continues. You'll certainly remember this lesson. Nami clutches their chest. Yeah, for sure. They say, I'm never doing that again. Well, consider, but what if? But what if? That becomes a 3. That sucks so hard. 5, 6, fucking 3. 7, 14. Yep, 42. Could I have beaten that? 48? Maybe. Whatever. Dog, whatever. We get a 6 to engineering, 3 to reasoning, and friendship with both Nami and Tangent. And 11 stress. It's dust! New perk. Engineering. Tier 1. Draw an extra card at the start of a challenge. Fucking crazy good. I don't know if my mother knew when I was born how convenient my genetic modification would be in times of crisis, Tang says, rubbing her eyes with the forearms so as to not contaminate her gloves. I can work 3 times as long as the other lab assistants, with very little decline in cognitive function. There you go. Have plant. You need a break soon? Not if I give Cal a cake. You and them watch a unit of Helio soldiers jog by with Vase in their lead. You see that guy? She says when they're out of earshot. He's kind of hot, right? So, what do you do for fun here? Vase says, looking around. It's a little backwater, isn't it? A pokey little colony at the ass end of a wormhole. Didn't expect much. Play cards? Darts? No? Vase turns the strange device over and over in his hands. Know thy enemy, he says in a low growl. I didn't expect you to know this, but I'm kind of a big deal, Vance says. Sure, this is my first time planetside, but among the other recruits, everyone listens to me. So if you want to make a good impression on the others, you should try to impress me first. He looks you up and down, the operative word being try. My guy, I have a combat of 52. I challenge you. Vase challenge suggests a classic Helio test of grit, punching each other in the stomach until one of you gives up or passes out. It builds character, he says, tapping its knuckles. His biceps glisten menacingly. Did any Helio ever think of putting a piece of metal under their shirt, though? Clang! Vase's punch reverberates through the courtyard. He yowls and cradles his fist. He's surprised at first and angry at his pain, but when you pull the piece of sheet metal from your shirt, he bursts out laughing. I win by default, he snickers. Don't be such a coward, so I want to say it. Take it like a soldier. Still, you didn't get punched in the stomach. That's a win in your books. Yeah, okay. Not high enough. I am not creative enough for Nami Nami. It's the story of my fucking life. Rex? Rex, did same text. I got you a present. It's a stick. Nothing a dog likes more than a stick, right? Hugs incoming. It's a good hug. It doesn't reduce stress, though. Little weird. Oh, you find Rex playing cards by himself in the lounge with an actual physical card of decks. Deck of cards. Word wrong. He looks up as you approach and visibly brightens when he sees you, sitting up straight with its dog-like ears on high alert. Oh, hey, Solana, he exclaims. How's it hanging? You want to play a card with me? Game with me? Sure, what kind of game? It's called Bottoms Up, Rex explains. We both play a card from our hand we think is lower than the one the other person is playing. The person with the lowest card wins. If you win, you get the number of points that are on your card. Plus, you get to take the loser's card and add it to your hand. So you want to play a low card to win, but if you play your high cards at the right time, you get a lot of points. It's a game of compromise. I used to play it here all the time back on Helio, but now everyone's here, realizing their big dreams of being heroes and saving humanity. Rex says, rolling his eyes with a good-natured grin. Soldiers love to gamble, Rex says. That thing you use here, kudos. We can bet some kudos on it, or maybe we could bet something more interesting. What do you mean more interesting? What do you mean more interesting? Well, Rex says, his smile turning a little wolfish. Have you ever kissed anyone before? Not yet. Really? Rex asks. Wow, but you're gorgeous and cool. He puts his hand on yours and leans in, looking at you with a sincere expression. I'd love to be your first kiss, Solana Saya. Wait, do we kiss no matter who wins? Rex throws back his head and laughs, then fixes you with a flirtatious look. Solana Saya, he teases you. Don't give away my best trick. Sure. This is stupid. You can get a lot of kudos here, and I know how to beat him, but who needs kudos, am I right? Rex puts out his hand to shake on it. Deal, he laughs. Anticipation is the best part. Rex shuffles the cards and deals half the deck to each of you. You begin to play the game. The best thing about this game is that it's not very hard to play, Rex says, scooping up his winning cards. It's all about how well you know the other person. Well, we don't know each other very well yet, so what do you want to know about me? What are your plans for the future? Rex blinks at you. Oh, wow, big question. I don't know. I think if I stayed on the heliopause, it probably would have ended up becoming a soldier like everyone else but planet-side. Rex smiles to himself as he puts down a high card. I can do anything. I've always liked making things with my hands, and I like to make people happy. Maybe I can do something with that. What do you like to do for fun? Talk to people, mostly, Rex says, and puts down a low card to win the hand. I like to see what everyone's doing, and help them with stuff if I can. I just really like being around other people. I like doing whatever they're doing. Oh, and cuddling, of course. I love cuddling and running and chasing stuff. He rubs the soft inner part of his ear and smiles sheepishly. Have you made any friends here? Oh, yeah, of course, Rex says. He looks happy. All the adults are so much nicer than the ones I grew up with. Like, they care so much about how and why they do stuff. I love being around them. And the other teens, like, whoa, you guys are so cool. And Enemy and Tang are so passionate. Cal's a solid sweetheart, and Mars is like a galactic level Audi. Wow. He trails off, lost in thought. Oh, and this guy seems interesting too. Enough talking, let's play the game. You play out the rest of the cards, staying fairly even in points until Rex is left with only one card. You have two. You're trailing, but not by much. If you play your low card for an easy win, you'll gain enough points to make a draw. If you gamble on the slightly higher card in your hand, you might lose entirely. But you could win. What do? I am not empathetic enough to check for tells, but I know that we can win if we try. You put down your higher of your two cards, and Rex shouts, "Are you for real?" He laughs. "That was a really risky play. You're lucky I only have one card left." He turns over his card. It's even higher than yours. You win the game by a comfortable margin. Rex tidies up the card, biting his lip with one little fang as he darts you a coy look. So, want to cash in that bet, winner? Yes, please. Rex giggles and leans in, cupping your cheek and placing a soft, thoughtful kiss on your lips. It doesn't last long, but you can tell he's a great kisser. He smiles warmly as he pulls away. Thanks for playing with me, Solana Saya, he murmurs. Maybe we can do it again sometime. Help Rex build something. I have enough engineering. Actually, I'm working on something right now, Rex says, producing a hall projector. It looks so familiar. Wait, it's the hall projector you used to watch vids on in the creche. It's been broken ever since the creche was destroyed. I was hoping you could help me fix this up. I want to have outdoor movie nights. You help Rex bring the hall projector back to life, then help him make an outdoor theater for it, complete with overhead lights and comfortable places to line up your bedding. Aunt Anne provides the snacks. Rex looks at it with pride. We just figured out how to play. We just have to figure out what to play for our opening night. Is that can I do 2 engineering? Nah, okay, I'm not that talented. Fair enough. You catch your parents muttering about the new governor and people from the hall pause. Your mom seems upset. The word fascists catches your ear. This might be your chance to ask some of the burning questions you had. Why did the Helios know about Mom? Your dad looks startled and tries to muster a friendly smile. You overheard us, say, kiddo. Your mom gives him a warning, sidewise glance. Listen, Solana Saya. He hesitates and looks around nervously as if being afraid you're being watched. You're just gonna have to trust us adults on this one. There are things you're still too young to understand. Okay, I guess. Helios came here just like us, looking for better life, he tells you. Some of them had their reasons too, but now that they're here, we have to learn how to work together. When your mother and I were young on Earth, we learned a hard lesson. He gives a grim smile. We learned a lot of hard lessons. One was that it was safer to be led by one dangerous person than be attacked by an army of them. He lets that sink in. Another was that sometimes, when adults tell you not to worry, you should listen to them. Go on, enjoy your youth. He gestures towards the heliopause. Go get to know some of those new kids. I'm sure, though, they're a lot like you. Before you can say another word, they're called back to work. There's so much to be done to rebuild the farms, geoponics, greenhouses. You can see a lot of people from the Helio helping your parents. Maybe they aren't all that bad. They all aren't that bad. Do we cake? No. Well, fuck. Maybe I cake. I think I cake here. Cal's eyes go wide. Wow, it's cake time, baby! Get all caked up. All caked up on a Wednesday afternoon. Well, evening at this point. Hello, Dis. Mm-hmm. Man, that's everybody? Goddamn. Okay, what do I do? What do I do? Do I just study engineering? I think I just study engineering. Well, we don't get the bonus to engineering anymore, so I could do that. I could. Hmm. 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 Oh, you know what? Let's visit the gym. I can upgrade these cards. Holy shit, really? Yes, upgrade this. It barely upgrades them. But you know what? If I get the... Holy shit, these are expensive to upgrade. Let's upgrade the zeros to ones. And the ones to twos. That is expensive and doesn't feel like it's worth it. You can buy base cards here and up to... Yeah. But it made our deck, on average, slightly better. Slightly? I don't know if that was a worthwhile expenditure of funds. We could just long rest today. No. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. We should probably just, yeah, study engineering today. We'll get down to like half stress from the event. Then we probably go on an expedition. Stress maxes out. Then we do, expedition. Then long rest. Then I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. Glow. Yeah, sure. Great plan, Alex. I like all of the I don't fucking knows in there. Lots of confidence. You hear scuttling. Fuck, I'm so bad at engineering. Scuttling of metallic legs. What the heck? And a strange knee-high robot bursts into your engineering lab, going at a full tilt on its 6 spidery legs. It slams into a wall hard enough to knock itself down. It seems to be having trouble getting back up again, and it's flailing its metal legs around dangerously. Put it back out into the hall. Ouch, it accidentally splashes you with a leg while scrambling to find purchase. Stupid robot. Congruence's TV thingy wheels and squeakly as the robot runs off the hall. Sorry about that, she chirps. I'm getting so close to getting its new movement algorithm online. I'll have to the Robovax corner it. We can try again. Working with robots is just so hard with no hands, she continues, wheeling back and forth a display of frustration. This was so much easier when Hal was here. I miss him. Congruence doesn't need to clear her throat, but you get the distinct impression she's simulating it anyway. Well, if you know anyone who loves to tinker with bots, let them know I need a helper. I hope to be that helper. I do. But, we are not yet that helper. 32, 38. $48. It's probably it, right? Yes. There we go. 5 engineering, 2 reasoning, 11 stress. +1 kudos. That's fine. The Rutumnalia Festival is a welcome day of normalcy in an otherwise chaotic year. Despite some lingering rivalry between the two factions, I shouldn't have given Cal something. I should have done it tomorrow. Whatever. Rutumnalia is a chance for the Helios and Stratos to come together and appreciate the bounty of the planet. At least, that's what the adults say. As Governor Lum takes the stage to address the colony, you can't help but notice the crowd has segregated itself according to ship of origin. Rex shoots you away from the others from over on the Stratos side, and Nami makes a silly face. Vase is surrounded by other young soldiers, all looking sharp in their Heliopause uniforms. With Tangent standing beside you, you wonder if the two ships will ever feel like one colony. A fanfare plays over the square's announcement system. Lum's honor guard do a complex drill with their drone rifles. Greetings, people of Vertumna, I can read. Lum says, his voice ringing out over the square. We may be far from our beautiful Earth, but we can still celebrate and be thankful for what we have here. We've worked so hard to save this beleaguered little colony from the brink of destruction and should be proud of our work. The Helios cheer. Your side of the square is more quiet. I know some of you have been asking, Lum, how are you going to do it all by yourself? How are you going to run the colony, solve everyone's problems, turn this planet into a paradise, and look this good? Lum strikes a pose to a smattering of polite applause. Well, I have an answer for you, he continues. The old council made a lot of bad choices, like illegally leaving Earth, but I believe in second chances, so I've appointed the original department heads to my own council, Lum's Council 2.0. Better not disappoint me, he laughs and makes finger guns at the department heads at the foot of his podium. Stand your toes, Stratos. I also want to promise everyone here today we're going to make Fortuna safe for humans, Lum says. The next time those bastard Xenos attack, we're going to blow them to so many tiny pieces there will be enough to wipe our boots. We've already got the defenses, he says, gesturing broadly to new, taller, thicker walls. And we're building homes for everyone, homes where people can raise children again, knowing our military men and women are keeping us safe. Big cheers from both sides this time. Some of the colonists around you even have tears in their eyes, especially those who lost family in the last attack. Lum goes on for a while, lionizing the Heliopausis' military strength and casting subtle digs at your failed colony experiment. Finally, the crowd disperses, set up the square for afternoon festivities, some traditional, some new. At the tables, Aunt Anne and the kids are setting out the spread for dinner. There's an unimaginable amount of food, thanks to the Heliopausis' huge ration surplus and the piles upon piles of xeno meat from hunting parties, for those who can stomach it. Anne is all smiles, clearly making an effort to move on as Lum mandated despite mourning her lost son calm. But not even the festive atmosphere can force a smile into Nem's face. Those Helio jerks think they are, right? Ars exclaims. That Lum guy's a tool. Did you hear what he said about us? How crass. Like, have some respect. Dis arrives, carrying a big tureen of stew. Now they're just taking over, and everyone's okay with this? The adults are bigger cowards than I thought. Mars looks at Dis in shock that they agree on something. For once. The chime sounds to announce that the square is set up for annual competitions. What do you choose this year? Oh no. I don't want to commit to leveling organizing or combat. Xeno wrangling? Without calm to run the obstacle course, the physical competition has been replaced with the float cow rodeo. The bulls have had their air bladders emptied and weights attached with to their grasshopper legs, keeping them low enough to wrangle. Nem joins the rodeo along with Vase. She fiercely dedicates her participation to Calm's memory. Is this cruel? Cow shouts from the sidelines. Float cows are friends, not foes. He throws a ripe potato at the participants. It lands at your feet, but all three of you are spattered with juice. Vase takes a few steps towards Cal with a fist raised, but Cal disappears into the crowd. Wrangle those Xenos, I guess. I don't feel good about this. Four, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4. Huh. That counts as a 5. 38. Oh no. What am I gonna do? 38 so high. How am I ever gonna get there? Oh no. 39, 34, 40. 42. 42 is probably it. Yep. 1 kudos, 1 combat. Anemone fights hard, but you're the champ. You get a lasso around the ornery bull's neck and haul yourself up onto its woolly back. Its powerful grasshopper legs bounce you around the ring, but you manage to hold on and wrestle it down to the dirt. The crowd cheers so loud you can barely hear the float cow bleeding in discomfort. Yeehaw! Chief Surveyor Utopia cheers from the stands. Nem looks disappointed. Base looks angry. Your performance has definitely put you on his radar as competition. After festivities, the mood in the colony is a lot lighter. You see people smiling easier and see mixed groups of Helios and Stratos socializing together. Feels like the first time people have actually let themselves relax. Okay, we expedition today because I want to get a bunch of stress so I can justify resting. But are any of these even worth doing? I think if we survey the ridge, yeah, a new boss event spawned. I don't know. I may regret this, but let's go do this. I think we'll be okay because we have the radiation flower research. But I remember this giving a lot of stress. Look, if we have stress left over, I'll do that event that I'm pretty sure just gives us stress by later. But I'm not optimistic about this. I think we'll be okay. I think we'll... Sounds of anxious concern. Well, we need to talk to Sim anyway. You're sitting on a hilltop eating a sandwich when Sim strolls casually out of the jungle. The bush is barely stirring as she brushes past. He sits down close to you, crossing his elegant legs beneath him on the bare ground. He watches you intently without saying a word. Hello, Sim. He looks like he's choosing his words carefully, considering what to say. Finally, he replies simply, Hello, Solana Sea. He nods towards your lunch. Good lunch? Offer him some of your sandwich. He takes a piece with thanks and tries it, chewing thoughtfully and quietly. He replies, his face is neutral. What's in it? Zucchini. It's a vegetable from Earth. You explain to Sim that zucchini's boring, but about the only thing that grows well here. And the bread is made out of a grain that grows in geoponics, which is fed through a grinder to make flour and then mixed with yeast and salt and baked in an oven. Sim is riveted. What else? There's mayonnaise? Sim mouths the word mayonnaise silently. What's that made of? Oil and water, emulsified by soy protein. You explain it normally it would be made with eggs instead of soy protein, but the decision was made long before you were born that the colony would rely more on plant-based proteins to avoid the ecological burden of caring for domesticated animals on board the stratospheric. Sim nods intently. And why only 2 pieces of bread instead of 1? Where does the bread go on the outside? And why does the bread go on the outside? That's because, wait, why do you care? It's just you humans are so fascinating, Sim blurts out. He blinks and straightens his shoulders. I mean, it's just my people. Conceptualize time on quite a different scale than humans do. So we're rather boring. Or no, predictable is the more correct word. It lends itself to a far lesser degree of chaos. He smiles. Humans, though. Now, you are a rather chaotic species, aren't you? Only in one short generation you completely reinvented your society to adjust to life on another planet. Novelty is something of a novelty in such a stable system as this. He picks at his frayed hem of his clothing. Why, even this is new. I have no need to cover my body for protection, and certainly feel no social or moral obligation to. He extends his arm, preening. How did I do? Do you have anything that needs covering? Sim blinks rapidly and smiles. Well, that is interesting phrasing. Regardless of what's under my clothing, the phrasing of your question implies I would feel a need to cover it. The answer to that question is no. I don't feel I need to cover anything on my body. He folds his hands into his lap. Perhaps it's not the answer you crave, but it's the one you deserve, for the time being. You have 1,000,000 questions for Sim. How does he speak your language? Where did he get those clothes? How does he know your name? Sim only holds up his hand with a wistful smile. I would answer your questions if I could. I'm afraid, however, this is simply not the time. What's your earth saying? The trees have ears. He rises to his feet, not bothering to dust himself off. I like the feel of those words in my mouth. Your language is so beautifully complex. You watch Sim walk down the hill and disappear into the trees, as if he had never been here at all. Not even the grass is bent in the place that he sat. Hey, brain fuck me? Thank you. Just a little between friends. Nothing untoward. Just a little no thoughts. No cortisol. Head empty. That sounds nice. Just a little subspace. Just a little subspace as a treat. Utopia's giving you clearance to poke around in the ruins in the secret valley. Stars, this place is neat. Diz thinks so too. At least we didn't have to climb back down again, he mutters, but you can tell he's excited. The buildings are arranged in a spiral formation around a central point. They're made of oil-slick obsidian, something that looks like petrified bone, and have parts missing where some other organic material is long since rotted away. It's all overgrown with vines and buried in shifting sands. You follow the spokes of streets until you approach the center of the valley, where a large pyramid-shaped building sits surrounded by thumpers and a variety of smaller buildings. Take a look at the thumpers. The 4 thumpers are in careful arrangement, forming a square with wide paths between them and the pyramid in the center. One is almost totally reduced to rubble. None are still active. Check out the pyramid. You walk all around the massive pyramid, but you don't see any entrance into it. It's sealed tight. It vibrates with significance and looms hugely in your dream memories. You can feel faint just being close to it, but this doesn't seem to feel anything. When he insists you give up and investigate something else, you don't complain. Investigate the other buildings. Smaller, more deteriorated pyramid buildings dot around the valley, purposes unknown. There are other dozens of little obelisks, a couple meter wide, with a circular design on one side. You approach a random one of these on the edge of the valley. You lean in on the round designs, and the iris dilates open, sections grinding back like the world's rustiest automated door. Now you're looking through a quite large round door into a small, featureless room. Quite small, quite featureless, totally dark, very creepy. But you can hear a faint hum. Is it still powered? Bravely walk inside. We need a 90 to succeed here, so I'm afraid we might be burning some mushwood logs. Cars with gems are wild. That's crazy good. Well, 3, 3, 3, 3, 23. Now we need 45. 45 seems completely reasonable. Eight, 9, 5, 6, 39. Okay, push this to a 7, so we get a 6, 7, 8, 9. And then if I give 2 to this, that's a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that's not high enough? The fuck do I need? For, whatever. I'm not pushing it, but that's good enough for me. Yeah. Minus 5 stress, plus 2 kudos, plus 1 bravery. You walk in, this close behind. Wait a minute. Wait a gosh dang minute. Oh, calm temperament 2. You can upgrade this. It reduces stress by 5 now. That's so good. Oh my god. Suddenly the iris closes. The floor lurches and you're moving down an elevator. The elevator squeals and grinds away like it hasn't been used in literally thousands of years. It doesn't go far, then grinds to a halt, and the iris opens to reveal a large room with obsidian walls. Like all convergent domain spaces, it's more cave than room, with stalactites everywhere and giant lumpy mounds of fungus. You wonder if the obsidian stuff they built with melts over time, running and dripping in extreme slow motion. There are consoles on the walls, like this is some sort of control room, maybe? Most of it's long, dark, and covered with a thick layer of dust, except one device and 2 weird, bony, knobby sticks poking out of it. touch stuff at random. You poke at things and grab sticks at random until suddenly you cease to be yourself. You're like a visual, audio, and weirdly tactile representation of something vast. You have a feeling of being in a large and complex space. No, like you are this space. A digital space, like a computer system, as if you were sucked inside of a 3D representation of the HoloNet. You could see files and processes and whole worlds of data, but in alien formats that speak to you more in sensation than logic. You let go of the sticks and the console room comes back. Grab them again and understanding fills your head. It feels not all that different from your bouts of deja vu, remembering. Like a memories being inserted into your mind and suddenly just knowing how to use this interface. You just think where you want to go or what you want to know, and away you go. The word array comes to mind, a network of computers hosting millions of data nodes, information on every part of the planet, from weather to soil conditions to individual creatures, not just computers, but entities that feel intelligent and also artificial. Digital consciousnesses, like your ship's AI congruence. They're all processing all of that data and triggering subroutines to make minute changes on the planet's surface. And the booming voice enters your brain and obliterates all else, speaking more abstract than thoughts and words, but loud. What are you doing in Wormhole Observatory Array Console 5, you nosy little creature? Then an explosion in your head, and you're thrown backwards and out of the array. There must have also been an explosion in your hands, which are now singed. The console's blown out, dead. You're shaken. Something didn't like you poking around in there. Whatever the array is, whatever lives in it, has been watching you. Probably ever since you landed. You have a feeling Sim has something to do with this. He's either in league with the array or he's part of it, but knowing Sim, he won't tell you anything until he's ready to. You tell Dis about the array and the voice saying Wormhole Observatory. He looks around impressed. The convergent domain, sure, we're up to some shit, he says. And now you know about the array and how to access it. This could come very useful if it turns out to be a danger to your colony. You decide to call it a day. Your arms feel, well, tingly and weak from getting electrocuted and your heart still thumping a mile a minute. You'll be back. But first, we have to do this event that I'm pretty sure is going to be a waste of time, but it'll drive me crazy if I don't do while I'm here. And then we'll have way more stress than I thought, and we'll figure out when to rest. It's fine. It's fine. This chapter is taking a lot longer than I thought. That's okay. Not a problem. I just thought we were gonna knock out 2 today, but no, it's definitely looking like 1. Sim falls into a step beside you as you walk through the wilderness. Where are we going today? He asks. Are we looking at a plan? A rock? Perhaps we will write numbers on things and stare off into the middle distance, concerned by those numbers. Maybe. Have you considered flour? Sim examines your gift in great detail and asks various questions about where and when you found it. He hums to himself as he turns it over in his hands, a broad smile on his face. Remarkable, Swanasea. Just remarkable, he says as he hands it back to you. You truly give you are the most thoughtful of gift givers. I've enjoyed your present to the fullest. You try to explain he can keep it. He just smiles again and shakes his head. We are, 15? Yeah, it's still quite young. I think next year at 16 is when we get the older teenage models for everyone. Radiation warning. We can just neutralize radiation. This literally just gave me stress. If I didn't neutralize the radiation, it would have given me a lot of stress. So, okay, fair enough. Back to the colony. What do we get? A little engineering? It's something. Cal wants to talk. Interesting. What up, bud? Shooting the breeze with Cal in the shadow of Geoponics Dome, he leans over and waves at someone over your shoulder. Perk, hey, over here. Perk jogs over to you. He's a heavy-set adult with tattoos sprawling up his arms that make him look like he's made out of marble. He holds out a stack of tiffins wrapped in a stash. Hey, you two, Seth and I were testing out recipes, and we ended up making too much. Figured I'd run some over to you. Cal takes the tiffins, opens the first one. Lentil dal, he exclaims, inhaling deeply. No way. Perk looks proud. Rice is in the second one, and a little something sweet in the third. Figured you could have a romantic picnic or something, he says, punching Cal lightly in the shoulder. Cal sputters, that's why I haven't seen this. His ears go pink. Perk, just kidding ya. Perk laughs and shoots you a meaningful look. Perk leaves you to divide the spoils. Cal goes right to the dessert. Having 4 parents is the best, he mumbles, around a mouthful of sour sweet cake. Cal's mom, Auntie Taraya, is in a relationship with 3 other colonists. Perk is the newest member of the family, but even then, they've all been together for a while. Cal's always been surrounded by a lot of love at home. Cal swallows his food. You know, sometimes I wonder if I want to date that many people, like my mom does. He muses, like finding one person who wants to date you and having the courage to ask them out is hard enough, but bro, my palms are sweating just thinking about it. Is he kind of looking at you when he says that? It's hard to tell. Besides, Cal continues, it works fine for my mom. I kind of feel like if I find someone, I just want to be with them, you know? I want to put all my energy into making them happy. You already make me happy. Cal's eyes go wide as he rubs the back of his neck. I didn't mean that, but I didn't not mean it either. He giggles and looks away, unable to meet your eye. The doll is sweet and fragrant, and tastes all the better for being made and delivered with love. You and Cal eat your fill before Cal excuses himself to get back to work. Coward. Coward. You've barely seen your mom since a heliopause arrived. When you do, she looks frail. Like all the strength got used up last year. She's only just standing to recover. Except instead of relaxing, she's hard at work rebuilding the geoponics stones. It must be hard for her to shake the fear it might happen again. Being able to load your tray full of food at the canteen, still luxury you don't take for granted. Sometimes you make a tiffin for your mom, so she doesn't miss lunch. Hey, so Anastasia, she says, smiling as you approach. Is that lunch? I've been smelling caramelized onions all morning. I can't wait. You deliver the tiffin into her grateful hands, and she cracks the lid and takes a big inhale. She smiles. You know, people used to give thanks before meals back on Earth. I think I can understand why. I'm thankful you're here, Mom. She reaches over and ruffles your hair. You're a good kid, Solanaceya, she says. She looks at you a second, weighing whether to continue. I don't know. I know we don't talk about it, but I know how hard you busted your butt back then, making sure the colony didn't starve. When you're fighting for your life, that's when you know the true measure of a person, she continues solemnly. I wish you didn't have to be tested at such a young age, but you really showed what you're made of. I'm so proud of you, kid. That's a pretty good card. We love a skill buff. We do. Ooh, okay. I wanted... All right. Tang, what's up? You find Tang puzzling over a large holoscreen, making notes on her hollow eye and frowning over them. As you approach, she gestures to wipe the holoscreen clean and starts again. Ugh, she sighs, taking a break to rub her temples. Okay, Tang, come on, think. You come up beside her and she startles. Solanaceya, hello, she says. I'm in the middle of running simulations on genetic diversity over the next few generations. You're welcome to see it. It'll affect all of us, most likely. Tang pulls up the genogram simulation. Family tree encompassing all the people in the colony, their familial relationships, genetic connections. She scrutinizes it with a frown. We have an unusually high amount of hereditary heart disease, no matter how you slice it, she mutters. Look at the draw. We lost quite a bit more genetic diversity than the other geneticists of the Rutimna project anticipated. And that's not even counting those unwilling or unable to reproduce. She crosses her arms. It's possible to steer the ship out of it, so to speak, but it would take some purposeful breeding choices. For at least 5 to 6 generations. May I verify your data? Tang gives you a curt smile and angles the hull screen towards you. Sounds crude, she admits, but the colony will need to accept a certain level of oversight in this matter if we intend to survive, genetically speaking. Artificial insemination of material from Earth donors, even in left matches, for example. You stare at the genogram until your eyes go cross and shake your head. Tang laughs. It's terrifyingly complex, isn't it? She says. Imagine this process happens all the time, naturally. Why, any sweating beast can squirt a child into the dirt. It's just proteins and luck. But the end result is this. She waves her hand at the massive chart. It's beautiful. In a way, on a long enough time scale, we can predict the genetic drift of a species. In the face of that, what do family bonds matter? Tang laughs bitterly. It's not as if sharing genes with someone guarantees you'll be a strong family unit. Does anyone really like their parents? That sounds a little eugenicsy. Tang looks affronted. You, what? She sputters. So I want to say, surely there's a middle ground between eugenics and everyone dying of preventable diseases, especially in these first critical generations. Cool motive. Still eugenics. Tang rolls her eyes. Whatever. I'm still gonna run the simulations. Then when your inbred great-great-great-grandchildren interface with my consciousness that I've uploaded into the Colony AI, I can tell them I was right. As for my family, Tang continues, I feel no allegiance to any of them based on blood. If I have no family at all, that would be acceptable. What about this? Ugh, Tang says, I'm ashamed we're even related. All he does is mope around the colony all day, crying and moaning about how nobody likes him. Brutal. Do you miss your mother? You mean the depressed drunk who died when I was a kid? Tang retorts. No, not at all. If it wasn't for Chief Steward Ann, I probably wouldn't even still be alive. Do you want some kids someday? Tang looks thoughtfully at the genogram. Truthfully, I'm not entirely certain I can bear children. There must be limits to my gene-engineered body. I certainly didn't experience puberty to the extent Mars did, for example. Besides, Tang continues, children would only distract me from my work. Chief Engineer never had children after all. I think that's admirable. Tang's gaze flicks over to where Chief Engineer Instance is talking to one of the other lab assistants. In some ways, I'm the child she never had. She's the mother I wish I did have, she said quietly. We became close when we started my gender affirmation process, she continues. It was so obvious then we were kindred spirits. I would come in for checkups and observation. We'd talk about the science and the process behind it. Of course, I showed an interest in it, and Instance fostered that in me. She supported me. Tang looks down at the ground. Like my own mother, who by that point had ceased to find joy in almost anything. Where'd I be without Instance, Tang says. The only things I have in life are what she gave me. Not just this body, but my passion, my hard work, my achievements. Without her, I'd have nothing. I owe her everything. She sounds really important to you. Tang smiles. She is, she replies, more than anyone. Now, if you excuse me, she says, turning back to the genotype before her, I have our legacy to plan. Okay. So my plan to stress myself out foiled. I can't go back out. The boss hasn't respawned, right? Fuck it. Let's just mainline this quest, I guess. It's fine. I know one of these gives a lot of stress, and if I'm wrong about this, I can reload the day, and it's fine. I'm just doing arithmetic, and I'm like, I'm gonna have... I want to push this quest up to a certain point, and I think we're almost there. Hey, it's a new day. You can reduce my stress even more. Help me calm down? Yes, yes. That's kind of nice. It's not worth coming back here over and over at all. But it's silver lining. It's weird. This year is weird because it throws so many opportunities at you and not more time. In fact, it takes time away at the beginning of the year. And it comes on the heels of a year where you are pressed for time and are under crisis. Age 15, year 15 has such an interesting energy to it. You and Dis are exploring the ruined wormhole observatory again. It feels so familiar. You've dreamed about this place many times. It's like you're just remembering it all now. It's like you're just remembering it all now. No, I said that right. This time, the dream memories grip you. You wander as if sleepwalking down familiar paths. You look up and see the wormhole faint in the sky above. Time is right to observe it. Dis tries to keep up. Where are you going? He asks angrily. You don't answer. You're trying to concentrate on finding the place. You approach the large pyramid in the center of the complex. Beside it, one of the smaller elevators, a little monolith with a round iris door. This is the place. Your head throbs with it. Even standing outside, you know there's something down there. Find a way in. You look for one of those elevator monoliths near the pyramid and find it, but it's overgrown with snaking vines and brambles, very large flowers all over. You could push through them, but this stops you and shows you a Geiger counter reading on his hollow palm. These flowers seem to be radioactive. Your suit won't protect you for long. Well, luckily, I know if I just close them back up, that neutralizes the radiation, so bam. Pass on by, no problem. Good thing you studied this plant earlier, know its wily ways. Tickle it just so, and the radioactive flowers close. It parts to let you through. You enter the elevator, thankfully still working, and descend beneath the ground. It opens to a kind of antechamber room with an exit at the other end, leading to the heart of the pyramid. There are glyphs carved into crystal panels on the walls, symbols that resemble the wormhole. You start across the room. The further you go, the more your head swims. You have to pause. You think you might faint. You shake your head, trying to clear it. Wait, maybe this is a bad idea. Keep going. And the fog slowly clears from your eyes. Your head still hurts, but you can think again. This looks concerned, even going so far as to reach out to steady you. Are you okay? Try to explain to Dis. It's hard to put into words. You just say, my head hurts. Obviously, he says. But no, it's more than that. You're seeing things. Kind of like the array, and kind of like a dream. But you feel like something super important is up ahead, and you need to see it. Maybe we better leave, Dis says nervously. You don't look so good. Keep going. Past the antechamber is a long hallway sloping down. Things around you are starting to look kind of weird, like two slightly different realities overlapping. Dis's face is starting to phase in and out of existence. You're hit with a strong wave of dizziness and nausea. Things seem to move in slow motion, but also far too fast. You lean over and tough it out. You keep going. At the bottom of the hallway are more crystal panels on the walls, many facets broken. Or are they whole? The walls have crumbled and roots creep over everything, but also they don't. Every time you blink, the room seems to flip and swim between the two realities. All the same, you feel compelled to continue. What is with this place? This is both there and not there. That part of him which exists looks concerned. We need to leave now, he says. This place is hurting you. There's a round iris door at the end of the hall. Are you sure you want to go any further? One more room. You pass through the doorway into a large square chamber with sloping ceiling. Your sense of this place, of the vibrations, is telling you this must be directly under the big pyramid on the surface. The floor and even the air here thrum with vibrating energy. Even I can feel it now, too. Dis mutters behind you, rubbing his head. The room is empty except for a raised platform in the middle, which looks enticingly like a bed, which is convenient because you're definitely going to faint this time. You collapse into the platform and are overcome by a spectacular migraine headache. Feels like your head is going to explode. We endure the pain. Need a 93. Okay, I have a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's fucking crazy. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't play those. I play anything else, but I don't play those. Actually, just the 7, 8, 9. I need a 2, 9, 8, 7. I need a 3 and a 5. I need an 8, 7, 6, 3, 5. You know, I want to rest anyways. Hitting me with 2 stress. It wouldn't be the end of the world. So for the last one, I'm thinking 8, 9, 7. You'll turn into a 6, and I need this 5, so let's put you at the end. So that means I have the 8, 1, 8, 6, 2 to play with. 8, 8, 1, 6. Yeah, fuck it, we ball. Just give me the stress. I don't care. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. And that still only gives a 48. That's crazy. Okay, I'm like, a 58 doesn't give me the super goal? You sick bastards. 11 stress. Not enough. We're still at 92. Plus 2 toughness. You slip into some kind of waking dream. Layers upon layers of visions. This is your lover, or Mars, or Tammy, your boy, or a girl, or both, or neither. Young and old, a farmer, a hunter, a politician, you're dead, and you're alive, and you've never been born. Time unravels before you. An infinite tapestry, crumbling wherever you look. It's all very weird. You see the web of possibilities and understand that what time truly is. It's all happening at once, and none of it will ever happen. It's only sheer chance that one possibility comes into existence. Not any intrinsic truth of the universe, of fate, just a glimpse. Possibly over in a second. But a glimpse of an eternity you can hardly fathom. You see the wormhole, enormous in a starry sky. You look down and see yourself on a plateau, gazing up at it. You recognize the place. A gnarlwood bluff not far from the colony, alive with the phosphorescence of glow season. This you seems expectant, as if waiting for something momentous to arrive, something that will change everything. The vision is clear crystal, and you feel in control, in a way you haven't since you started having these visions. You know you must go there. You wake up feeling refreshed. Your headache, gone. You're a little dizzy, but the room has stopped spinning and returned to one singular reality again. The vibrations have stilled. Dis's face fills your vision. Solanasair! He exclaims. Solanasair, are you okay? Tell Dis what you saw. He listens in awe, then in dejection as you describe your visions. Why didn't I see it? He sighs. I was here too. I want to know everything. Tell him about your dreams. You tell Dis about how not only did you see all those visions, but you believe they're real. You've lived them, or some of them, anyway. They're as real as the life you're living now. He listens intently, then nods. I believe you, he says simply. You look at him in shock, but he just reaches out and puts his hand over yours. I know what it's like when people don't. I'm not going to do that to you. You don't know what any of this means yet, but you're one step closer to figuring it out. I feel like you've just had some kind of mega prophecy, but it was all too much to understand all at once, and too hard to understand. Could the convergent domain handle this kind of information? Could they remember past lives like you? Is that what this room is? This observatory was meant for? The only thing you remember clearly from the visions is the image of yourself during the glow season, standing at the top of that gnarlwood bluff just outside the colony, waiting for something. Unlocked, explore glow and expeditions. And that's what I wanted, baby! We can go explore during the glow this year. Jesus Christ, this 1 year is going to be like 4 hours. The next 3 seasons months should go kind of fast. I don't have much stress to burn through. Hey, bud, do you have a new thing to tell me because I explored it? Nah. I'll see you at Glow, baby. You're back. Perception, engineering. Okay, late dust. Done. Early wet. We don't give this stuff yet. Nami is openly gawking at the rain pouring down. Wow, they exclaim. I'm not over that the water just falls from the sky here. What's next? Every day it's like a whole new planet. You guys have weather this whole time? It's so cool. They giggle and kick their feet, sending up big splashes of water. No, Nami. You're so cool. What's up? I don't have a lot of time. I gotta get these over to geoponics. I got you fruit. Mars grabs your arm and hauls you over to somewhere more quiet. OMG, he says, so I'm making out with one of the Helio kids. Don't make that face, I want to say. It's no big deal. And she said that they're not allowed to use their nanoprinters for anything except uniforms. She holds her hand to her chest. Excuse me? No wonder they're so boring. Clothes are the window dressing to the soul, so I want to say, huh? Get it, Mars. Oh. Mars is working in the depot today. You find her sitting at a pile of boxes, drumming her feet against them as she flips dismissively through a magazine on her hollow palm. Every so often, she snorts at something she's read and rolls her eyes. Oh, hey, so wanna say it, she says as you approach. Would you rather have a really bad body odor for a whole day or have to spend the whole day naked? I'd be fine being naked. Me too, Mars says. I mean, if anyone can still be fabulous with no clothes on, it's probably you and me. I'm reading some teen magazines from old Earth, Mars says. You know, like fashion and makeup and dating and stuff. She turns to a new page and reads out loud. Don't be afraid to use green concealer. You may look like the Wicked Witch at first, but don't click your heels and go home. Stick with it, and you'll be on that yellow brick road to clear, beautiful skin. Mars laughs incredulously. What does that even mean? Papa taught me how to put on makeup because I wanted to be pretty like him, Mars says. But it was never cover up your blemishes, make your nose smaller, hide your skunky pores. That's all they ever talk about in these things. And it's like, was Earth fashion really about making everyone look as small as possible? What's wrong with them? Mars gestures to herself. I was the biggest kid the whole time we were growing up, and I've always been gorgeous. And that's not just my genetic enhancement talking. Sometimes I think they should just make everyone unable to feel shame, Mars says. Like, all these magazines talk about is how to fix your flaws or how to talk to people so they'll like you. It's such a waste of time. Mars tosses her hair over her shoulder. People don't like me, they can flick off. I literally don't care what they think. Mars pats the box next to her. You climb up and sit by her side. The dating advice in these things is pretty good, though, she says, flipping through a few pages. Like, my dad's taught me about reproduction and stuff, but they get so squicked out when I ask them how you actually get someone to have sex with you. She rolls her eyes. Teenagers on Earth were apparently very worried about boys getting to like them, Mars says. Like, look at this quiz. 10 ways to tell if he's super into you. Mars smiles and angles her hollow screen away from you. Oh, let's see how into me you are, so I want to say it. First question, you have any cute nicknames for me? I do. Mars says, really? Tell me. Actually, no, don't tell me. Second question, are you nervous around me? Never. Not even a little bit, Mars says, acting like she's affronted. Last question, do you go out of your way to see me? A little bit. Oh, so I want to say I am happy whenever you come talk to me. Us sophisticated folks gotta stick together. I wonder if I'm supposed to say that I am nervous. I've never done that. And I've never figured out how to romance Mars. Do I need to answer those three in a specific order? That seems like it would be hell. Oh, this is so wimpy, she groans. What's wrong with Earth teens? If you want to know if someone likes you, just ask them. It's easy if you're not a coward. Mars turns to you, leans in, bracketing your arms with her legs. You can smell her body lotion, light and floral, and feel the heat of her chest against your arm. She pouts and looks at you through her lashes. What about it, Solanacea? Do you like me? I like Tangent more. Get her ass! No. What's not to love about you, gorgeous? Mars smiles and tilts her head back. I didn't say love, she teases. I'll take it. Good card, get. Rex. Rex takes a deep lungful of air, followed by a bunch of shorter sniffs. It smells so good here, he says. Well, okay, not good, but it sure is interesting for someone with a good sense of smell like me. Rex laughs and scratches behind his soft ears. Get sticked, boy! Nope. Clicked on the wrong one. Get hugged, boy! Tammy would be here. No Tammy, very sad. Nope, not your birthday yet. You don't get anything from me yet. Unless you're here because you realize Rex is a shit for brains coward who'd rather dick around than defend his own home, get out of my sight, Vase growls. I don't have time for weak deadweights like him, and right now, that includes you. Charming. Charming, motherfucker. Charming. Oh, great. A Vase event. You find Vase in a garrison lounge, holding a court with a small group of young soldiers, listening to him tell a story about his latest expedition. He's gesturing animatedly with arms and snarling like a beast. And then I shot it out of the sky. Bam, bam! Vase finishes as you approach. The crowd gathered, hoots and hollers for him, which he accepts magnanimously. Looking around, you see that it's mostly his Helio crew, and you can tell from their uniformly close cropped hair and perfect posture, but there are some faces you recognize from the colony. Anemone's here, and she shoots you a little wave. Tell your own heroic story. You loudly boast that Vase's story's nothing, and walk right into the crowd of listeners. All eyes turn toward you, including Vase's, who's regarding you with a curious mixture of annoyance and interest. You tell him about the time you killed a faceless. The room goes quiet when you describe defeating the mighty faceless. You act out your strategy, crouching and weaving as you describe the precision lunge that finally took out the creature. You leap forward at Vase with a snarl. A few people shriek and laugh. Vase doesn't flinch. Damn. Vase says, clearly impressed. You must be the coolest person on this whole podunk planet. Vase's friends laugh, while the colonists look at each other and smile awkwardly. Already not wanting to disagree with Vase, all except for Anemone, who joins in and laughs the loudest of all. Vase kicks out another stool from his table. Well, hero, come sit beside the king. Take a seat beside Vase. He crosses his arms and sits back, looking at you appraisingly. I didn't think this colony made them like you, he said. I thought you were all farmers and hippies, but you I like. Got a warrior soul. Fuck, douche. The others, all Heliopause teenagers, look at you approvingly. The only thing this colony's good for is sport. I can't wait to get out there and shoot some aliens, Vase says. He bangs on the table with his fist. Those null shits aren't gonna know what hit them. Love a man who can get what he wants. Vase cants his head to the side and shoots you a cocky grin. You can feel the weight of his gaze roam over your body. I do always get what I want. You and Vase talk a while longer. Well, mostly he talks, while you and his friends listen. Eventually, the little crowd breaks up as more people move on to their other duties. Vase says goodbye to all the Heliopause soldiers by name, and some of the colony ones, too. Anemone lingers a little longer than the rest, catching Vase's eye. He reaches out to her and they grasp forearms. It's good to have you around, Anemone, he says. For a colony brat, you're pretty legit. Thanks, you too, Anemone replies. Eyes wide. You're pretty cool, too. Anemone scuttles away after that, her face red. Eventually, it's just the two of you left. Vase stands up and puts his hands on his hips, surveying the garrison, his kingdom. All we did on the Heliopause was train for this exact moment, he says. We were literally made for this. We're the best of the best. He leans into your space and fixes you with a wolfish smile, which makes me the best thing to happen to this planet since it started shitting out oxygen. Don't you forget it. Nem fiddles with her personal defense plas cutter. Never thought I'd actually be using one of these, she said. Guess we all gotta be ready to defend ourselves now. Fucking heartbreaking. Fucking heartbreaking. Fucking heartbreaking. Guy, just emotionally devastating. You deserve better. Okay, we have a boost to popularity, to kudos, but I don't really give a shit about kudos right now. Don't give a shit. Don't give a shit. Don't give a. I just want to level engineering. Apply for the robotics lab. Hey, your engineering sign off. As you enter the robotics lab, watch out. Another weird robot of unknown purposes comes scuttling towards you from across the room. It's zigzagging erratically and looks like it's trying to make for the door you just opened. Fix it. I also want to say a thank you, Congruent says, wheeling in her portable screen. I was running diagnostics on that little fellow, and yeah, we've read this. I will do a robot repair. I will happily do a robot repair. Gets us creativity and engineering. Creativity I need desperately badly. We are not maxing out our skills on this run, but on the whole, we're doing pretty okay. We're doing all right. We're doing pretty good. But I do want to boost the hell out of engineering. So I'm gonna repair robots. You're honestly pumped for your first day in the robotics lab. There wasn't enough room on the Strato for a proper lab, so most of your life you've been warned that the bots the colony relies on, like the watering bots and the hover lifts, will eventually all break down for good. With a fully functioning robotics lab, you should be able to keep these bots active for a lot longer. Plus, there's all kinds of unused bots here. You look around and wonder at the wide array of chassis and shells. Maybe one day you'll be able to create new bots of your own. Can't wait to show off what you can do. Congruence is so relieved to have an assistant. Since Hal died, well, Dr. Instance is too busy to help, she says as you're setting up. Tangent sometimes lends a hand, literally, but she seems more interested in her own projects. Chief Engineer seems to think they're a lost cause. We should just recycle them, Congruence opines. Hal would never have thought they're trash. I just like to fix things. What are you excited to work on? I just like to fix things. Oh, that's good, Congruence tells you. Without Hal here, the broken bots are really piling up. Congruence goes quiet. Go ahead and look around. If you have any questions, let me know. Spend the day getting to know your way around the robotics lab, meeting all the bots you're going to be working with. These broken, forgotten bots just need a little TLC. Ends in a 3. That sucks. That ain't happening. That is also not happening. Okay, well, garbage. 8, 4, 3, 3. Two? Oh, well, that becomes a 3, 4, 5, and that turns that into 37. But then I could have a 2, 3, 4, 5. 41. What was it before? 41. Okay. That's probably it. Yeah, okay. Plus 7 engineering. God damn. Plus 2 creativity. 34 kudos. Oh, I forgot this gives kudos. I'm like, we don't need money. And then I step into the fucking money printing machine. Nice. Mid-wet. I have to rest on late wet. Okay, well, good to know. New cards in the depot. Ooh, let's check them out. I'm too broke because I was upgrading cards, but it's still worth taking a look. It could still be interesting. What do we got? Oh, shit. Yeah, it's some of the best cards. Brain Trainer is insanely good. Gives a plus 15 to all skills for skill checks. Brain Trainer is just really, really good. Hollow Eye Display. First collectible use is free, so you get free collectible use every game, which is pretty good. Vintage Focus Device, I think, is the best. The Fidget Spinner. All mental cards become wild. I should have been saving up for that. That's insanely good. No, not too late. Can get it later. Let's do another round in robotics, then we rest, then we sneak out during glow. Repair robots. You should have known better, Tangent. You hear as you walk past the laboratory. Curious, listen at the door. Chief Engineer Instant sighs. I know you mean well, but your presumption has cost us 3 months of work. You can't simply look at an experiment, change the parameters to your liking. Getting results is not the same as doing good science. Your findings, however scientifically interesting, are useless to us without a sound methodological underpinning. Tang's response is more subdued than you've ever heard it before. I'm sorry, Chief Engineer, she mumbles, looking at the floor. I recognize the error of my ways. I should hope so, Instance replies, pinching the bridge of her nose and her fingers. I expect you in the lab first thing tomorrow morning, and I'll personally supervise your work in resetting the experiment. You flatten against the wall as Instance breezes past you, barely giving you a second look as she strides down the hallway. You poke your head inside the laboratory where Tang scowls and wipes her eyes. What do you want? It'll be better the second time around. Tang nods. You're right. The first experiment was plagued with inefficiencies, she says, pushing herself off the lab bench. That's why I changed it in the first place. In a new experiment, I can eliminate those inefficiencies from the start. Thank you, Solanasea. You might have saved me 3 months of work. Losing the data was my fault, Tang continues. I wanted to prove I'm not a little kid from biology class. I'm ready to work hard and really make great discoveries. Dr. Instance has always been there for me when I was a kid, and now, with my mother gone, she's the only one in this colony who sees what I could become. She believes that I can be better than what I am. It's always been that way. I just really want to impress her. You will. Tang hums in agreement. Certainly hope so. My god, I got 5 on it. I have... I most certainly have 5 on it. Good lord. 44. 46. That is a shame. Okay, well, hear me out. What? Why was it a 46 regardless of the position? Shouldn't that way? It's 2 in a row, Alex. This isn't 3 in a row. You'd need a 4, 5, 6. There's no way 46 isn't the highest. Okay, I was not literally going to scream, but I was going to be emotionally devastated if 46 weren't the highest score there. All right, wait, wet. We rest. We rest. Tang, I have a birthday. Brrr. I have a birthday present for you. You're more beautiful than any flower. Please don't say that. Here's the hard part. I don't know what the fuck else dislikes. Oh, Nami wants to talk. There's still a big crack in the wall in our quarters, and it leaks really bad. This says, standing under some cover afforded by scaffolding. It wasn't a big deal during dust, but now it rains all the time, and no one really cares enough to fix it. I guess it's fine. Everyone's doing more important things. That's sad, man. Do you like sticks? Well, you don't dislike sticks. Okay, well, fair enough. You find Nami in the lounge, flanked by 2 holoscreens and doodling in a sketchbook with real paper. One holoscreen is playing an animated kids show, while the other is a wall of text. It looks like it might be a translation guide of some kind. Nami's attention moves between the 3 easily. When they see you, they jump and quickly close their holoscreens, sitting up straight and clutching their sketchbook to their chest. Oh, hi, Solanasea, they giggle, rubbing the back of their head charmingly. How you doing? Is that in a different language? Well, yeah, Nami says, wrinkling their nose. It's better in the original language, but the subtitles don't tell the whole story either. Nami sets her sketchbook aside and looks around conspiratorially. I thought you were gonna bust me for jailbreaking my holopad, they say. All the Helio kids have restrictions on what they can watch and for how long, but you guys have so many more cartoons than we had. Nami throws her arms in the air. Like the first season of Turbo Girl Hyperjet Transform? What? I love Turbo Girl Hyperjet Transform. What? Nami cries, slapping their hands on their cheeks. Really? It's the best cartoon ever made. What else has schoolgirls who look like aircraft from the waist down battling evil aliens while dealing with the stresses of high school life? You have to agree, you were pretty fond of the arc in the 3rd season where Kamiya and Otoko disagreed about whether Haruka could truly be considered a hyperjet if she was part helicopter. Oh man, the one joke they managed to fit in the one joke here. That's so good. The Helio Media Archive. The Helio Media Archive only had season 2 through 9 and only 3 the OVAs, Nami says, puffing their cheeks out. Can't believe in the 4th OVA Flight Captain Yumiko gets captured by the aliens and brainwashed into thinking she'd been an alien sweeper agent the whole time. You hadn't seen the first season? Nami shrugs and pokes one finger into their cheek. Spaceship kids make do. You don't have to know everything about something you like in order to call yourself a fan. Fucking preach, Nami. You tell them. You tell those gatekeeping motherfuckers. Nami continues. Just liking it with all your heart is good enough. Nami laughs and flips over their sketchbook, showing off some of their drawings. I was drawing some fan art for the show, they say. Well, it's kind of fan art. It's really more like, okay, if I was a character from Hypo Girl Turbojet Transform, what kind of aircraft would you be? Nami blinks at you, clearly stunned by your interest. Okay, well, you see, all the cool aircraft are already taken, and it's rude to be a double. They press the tips of their index fingers together and look thoughtful. Sometimes I draw my character as something weird, like a hot air balloon, but then I think it would be kind of cool if I was the only regular human in the Turbo Girl hyperjets. Nerd. You spot Dis about to head out on expedition. He's carrying a full backpack, with the second one at his feet, full of surveying equipment. As you approach, you realize he's writing in a notebook, an actual notebook, with paper and everything. Race on his knee, with one foot on his equipment. He looks up as you approach and closes his notebook, slapping it into the jacket pocket over his heart. Oh, hey, Solanasea, he says, and tucks the pen behind his ear. You coming too? That's cool. Maybe we'll get posted near each other. What were you writing? Just stuff. Dis says dismissively. I like writing on paper. Feels more real, you know? I do know. And it's more private than having everything in your hall palm where people could find it. You beg him for more details, and Dis just huffs his nose. But he looks amused. Just stuff, he repeats. How I'm feeling, what weather's like, what people are doing around the colony. I like observing people. Sometimes I pretend I'm an alien, he continues, and I'm studying how people act so I can blend in. You ever write about me? Dis goes red and ducks his head. Well, sure, he says. You're part of the colony, right? And you're my friend, so of course I'll write about you. You're about to ask to see, but you're interrupted by Utopia, calling for all hands to board the expedition vehicles. Dis stoops to pick up the surveying equipment, and he's gone without another word. Must not want you to know what he's writing about you. Curious. Okie doke. Time for a relaxing time. Hopefully leveling up our pets. Relax in the park. It's been so long since I had to relax. You're playing with Optimus Prime in the park when you hear a rustle from a nearby bush. Curious, you look underneath. It's the Hopeye you met before. Optimus Prime lets out a happy trill of recognition. The other Hopeye trills as well and explodes out from under the bush to bounce happily around Optimus Prime. They chatter excitedly at each other and you hear something else is making noise. You look under the bush and see, oh, stars, 5 baby Hopeyes, pink and hairless, curled up together in the shade. The strange adult Hopeye stops what it's doing and bounds over to you, warning you with a rattling hiss. Try to calm the Hopeye down. I need an 83. God, the game picks up speed. Let's start out with 333. I'd like to hold on to the 6s. I regret holding on to the 6s. All right, that's fine. We'll do a 6665. Well, actually, a 666. No, 6665 is way better. Okay, I just need a 23 here. That would be a 6. That would be another 6. That would be a couple of 4s. 35. Is that really the best I can do? Is that really the best I can do? Incredulous sounds because I think that might actually be the best I can do. 28. 35. I think it's 35. I've moved this so many times I've lost track. Okay, I need this. I'm only speaking for your score, right? And I can't do like a 4, 5, 6, 35, 26. Holy shit, yeah, you go there. 35, 35, 26, 35, 35, 39. I was missing something massive there. You manage to calm down the Hopeye using tricks you've learned from training Optimus Prime. They've cautiously allowed you to pet them, their faint bullfrog eyes blinking out of sync. Gain 3 less stress. +3 bonus to pairs. Spend some time gazing in awe at the little hop-eye nest. They're so small and helpless. No wonder the hop-eye wanted to protect them. You've been working with Riki Tiki for months, getting them to follow simple commands. You're getting pretty consistent results with 1 or 2 at a time, but they get bored and wander away if you try to do a lot longer session. You've set up a small obstacle course in the garden, consisting of a few ramps and balancing beams. Riki Tiki looks at the treats in your hand, expectantly. Run that obstacle course. You're 75. This is so much easier. What the hell? Okay, I got a 668. And you know what? We're losing all of our stress anyway. Fuck me up, Daddy-o. Fuck me up. Let's go. 344. Weird group, but why not? Okay. Well, I have a. Let's just knock out these 8s. This becomes a 4, which I don't really care, and then that gives a +1 skill on challenge win to an animal test, so I don't really need that. Okay, 9, 8, 7, 6. Oh, right. Right. So 9, 8, 7, 6 here would give 31, which is pretty okay. But that give it 34. And that would also give it 34. Right, because I need 3 in a row. Oh, yeah, okay, this is how I fucked this up before. Fair enough. Let's put this in here, I guess. 46. I think that might be it. No, I could have got a 47. So close. That's okay. A stunning show from young Riki Tiki. Admirable speed and dexterity, they and their trainer, Solana Saya, are promising new stars in the field of Riki training. Still just a +1, but a +5 bonus to straights now. Riki Tiki finishes the course and leaps into your arms, chittering happily. You did it. You trained Riki to follow commands. Took the month off. What do you want to forget? These are fine, man. Yeah, keep your memories. I've resigned myself to the fact we're not losing anything this time around. Okay, glow. Let's give to whoever is outside something. And then, get up on out of here. Disc looks up at the dark sky, illuminated by fungal glow coming from forest. Think it's gonna make a difference? He asks, not looking at you. Soldiers, walls, the explosives. Gonna keep coming harder and harder until we're dead. Lewd, my guy. You got it. Phrasing. Do you like the blue fruit? Nah, you don't like the blue fruit. Gonna keep coming until we're dead. Look, I told you not to read my fanfiction. Nem, get egged. Vase, get strange deviced. as you do. Stands to reason there will be some kind of attack during this glow. There have been in other years, Tank says, looking out towards walls. It's my hypothesis. Each attack will grow in intensity until we're routed from the planet or become the dominant species. With how difficult this year was on our food supplies, we're certainly entering this season at a disadvantage. Yeah, but we have like 100 more people than last time. Think about that. Negative Nancy. Are you perhaps being overly pessimistic? Cal is hiding in the shed, trying to calm Socks. Shh, it's okay, girl, he says, stroking her little head. I know, glow makes you feel weird. It'll be over soon. It'll be okay. He shoots you a brave little smile. She always knows when bad things are gonna happen. Makes me worried. Well, bobber fruit make you feel better? I don't think. Don't be a hero. You kids need to stay safe. Hey, Gooseberry, Dad says, recognizing you just from the sound of your footsteps. You ever paid attention to the planet during glow? It feels different. Blinks his eyes open. It's like a hum, he continues. Maybe from the plants? Heck, maybe the wormhole? Interesting observation, Dad. Interesting observation. Oh no, I snuck it. Fuck this crystal. Wait, you can pick this up. I clicked on it as a joke because I didn't think I could get it. You can. My god. Glow is no time to be exploring. It's far too dangerous. The gates are closed and survey expeditions halted until the light returns in a few weeks. Good thing you happen to know another way out. Sneak out to explore the glow. No one is allowed outside the colony during glow. So if you stay out of the lookout sites, there will be nobody to catch you. It also means you're out here alone. If you get into trouble, it's going to be big trouble. You hope you know what you're doing. The familiar is unfamiliar during glow. The sky is dark except for the eerie light of the wormhole, seeming so much closer than it usually is, and the gloom makes the shadows deeper, more mysterious. It's so hauntingly quiet that you can even hear the movement of animals, the soft beat of wings, of woof, something in a different distance. What's that curious sound? It's just a dorp's mouth taking flight. Its usually dull plumage is an iridescent rainbow, glowing warmly in the dark of glow. It slowly glides through the mushroom trees. You've been taught to be terrified of glow season since you landed here. That there were monsters out here, circling the colony and attacking anything they saw, but it's so much more serene than you were expecting. Maybe they were wrong? Or lying to you? You come across a strange glowing river in the sky, floating just over the mushroom-capped treetops. It reminds you of old Earth videos about the Milky Way or the Northern Lights. It undulates away to the left and right, a river of luminous mist. Beneath it, a curtain of tiny glowing particles slowly rains down on the forest below. Follow it. Seems to be denser to the left and flowing slowly to the right, so you decide to head left towards what must be the source. Stray from the path, the ground is hard to traverse in the dim phosphorescence. The river gets denser and starts to shimmer a little, like spore clouds you sometimes see in pollen. Careful not to get too close to the particles raining down from it. The mist seems to be growing from something near the ground, something up ahead, something big and moving. A strange river of light is flowing from something on the next plateau. It's headed east and trailing this glowing dust. Some kind of spore may be behind it. You could go down into the ravine and try to keep following it and safely cross under the eerie stream, continue where you were headed before. Keep going. After a harrowing trip through the muddy ravine, you make it up to the next plateau, only to find the sky river is dissipated. You can't find any sign of what made it. Oh well. Just a manticore. A manticore. You come across a sawmill that's been shut down for the season. There's movement inside. Something is yipping and moaning in pain. You approach it carefully and find some kind of dog-like creature has gotten trapped in the machinery. It growls at you and blinks its eyes. Then its other eyes. Then its other eyes. Boy, it has a lot of eyes. The loggers won't be back for weeks, so this creature will surely die slowly and painfully. Looks worn out already, but dangerous. Release it. You try to come near it, but it bites at you ferociously, nearly taking your hand off. You don't see a way you can safely free it. Watch it. You sit to watch it, hoping to learn more from it, or at least a way to free it without endangering yourself. The creature's obviously been struggling for a long time. Once it realizes you're not here to eat it, it slumps down to nap. You feel an irresistible urge to do the same and fall into something of a trance. Then something bizarre happens. A massive shadow drifts into the lumberyard, coming between you and the creature. You have the sense of an immense presence. Something massive, but graceful. You're not quite sure if you're dreaming, but you feel rooted to the spot, unnaturally calm. It's as if you've been drugged. The shadow stays a while, observing you closely, curiously. Then it drifts away again. You blink, coming out of your trance. What just happened? Did you fall asleep? You look over at the machinery and realize the trapped eye beast is gone. You aren't sure if you should feel relieved or terrified. Was it freed or eaten? But you decide to get the heck away from this place now and ask these questions later. You come to a dense part of the path where the gnarlwood surrounds you and blocks out the sky and the wormhole above. Long threads that look like hair hanging down from the trees. Strange. You've never seen this during the rest of the year. You'll have to look through these. Take a closer look. The strands are sticky, like a spider's web. So sticky and thick, in fact, that you would be caught if you tried to push your way through it. Cut your way through. Your skill with the plas cutter comes in handy as you're able to cut a Solanacea-sized hole through the sticky hairs without accidentally getting them all over yourself. Seriously, the stuff is like super glue. The strands are extremely tough. You get a small piece on your pants and are pretty sure it's never coming off. You're amazed at how peaceful it is out here. It's not what you expected. You stay out of sight of the watchtowers and slip between the mush trees. It's eerily silent, as if the forest is holding its breath in anticipation. It really is pretty out here. With all the plants and animals glowing, especially the wormhole filling the sky above you. We can gaze up at the wormhole. Timey-wimey, wormhole stuff. An 8 value card that neighbors become wild. And has a wild value, so it matches with everything. Admire the foreign detail, which gives a stress reduction card, which is pretty good. Or watch where you're walking. The stress reduction card, it's only a -1 is the thing. And that's nice. But that's an 8, baby. We gaze up at the wormhole. And crane your head to look up at the wormhole. It's so big you begin to feel dizzy and end up stumbling over a bit of gnarled root. Ouch. As you're lying on your back in pain, you're still transfixed by the wormhole. It's dark against the dark sky, but as it moves, it shimmers with a million colors churning in slow, fluid motion around a perfectly black hole in the center. Wow. Though you can't see it, you've been told the wormhole high above is shining with ultraviolet light. It's invisible to the human eye, but reabsorbed and re-emitted as visible light by the flora and fauna around you. Your whole palm comes at a black light, and some says that people on Earth used to use a similar, much more concentrated light as decoration. Even your clothing glows faintly. Pick up a crystal, pick up a crystal. This area is dotted with huge circles of glowing mushrooms, each one nearly a meter in diameter. The bare grass in the center of the circles looks remarkably lush. We can take a closer look and get a 3 value card that gives a 6 if the card to the left is mental. We can step into one or find another route around them. That's a high check. I'm going to take the card. If I need an 80 perception to get this, I'm getting it. You crouch down to analyze the mushrooms. It's a species you don't recognize, but your hull palm reports they live most of the year underground and only pop up during glow season. This close, you realize the entire area inside the circle is sunken. The grass has been flattened, almost like a footprint. What would be big enough to make this? You decide not to wait around to find out. Oh, right, I can just hold the... Oh my god, I've been using WAS this whole time and I didn't need to. You're crossing a section of wilderness here, where other plants don't throw off as much luminescence as other parts. It's oppressively dark. You use your hull palm as a flashlight, focusing the light as a beam to slowly make your way through the cloying undergrowth. The beam of your hull palm sweeps over a familiar form, a manticore. Your heart skips a beat at encountering this fearsome beast in the dark. This manticore isn't the deadly killer the colony's cautionary tales. Actually, it looks terrified. Backs up against a tree, cowering, its eyes rolling in panic. Keep your light on it. You're too scared to move your light away, convinced it'll pounce under the cover of darkness. You try to hold your light steady, but you're shaking. And so is the manticore. And you realize it. it isn't even looking at you. It's staring into the forest to the right. You slowly grasp that the manticore isn't scared of you. It's scared of something else. It suddenly screeches in fear and bolts off to the left. You hear something absolutely enormous moving in the trees off to the right, where the manticore was staring. It's a deep, grinding sound, like ancient trees rubbing together in the wind, except there's no wind. You turn off your flashlight and hold your breath. You hear a single loud thump, and then silence again. You wait a full 20 minutes in complete silence. Gradually, the insects' chirps and other noises of the forest return, and glow bugs drift lazily back into the air. You hadn't even realized they were missing, as if the entire jungle was holding its breath too. Whatever it was seems to have moved on. Fancy meeting you here, Sim. Shadows upon shadows move against each other and glow, wavering under the gloaming of mush trees like ghosts. The forest is still as a creature breathing its last breath. You don't see Sim until you're practically on top of him. Hi, Sugarbug, he laughs, holding you by the shoulders. Miss me? You didn't nearly. There. I totally saw you there. Sim smiles. Of course you did. You're practically made for this place. Sim starts walking through the forest, his footsteps finding the path with ease. This is my favorite time of year, you know. I get the sense you humans are afraid of it. Well, things do tend to attack us. That's true, Sim replies, tilting his head with a funny expression. Those attacks are not natural, as you may have guessed. Glow isn't dangerous at all. It's lovely. He smiles. Glow is a time of healing, actually. A time for creatures of this planet to go dormant and reflect on themselves and the strength and connections with other life forms. Of course, the planet repels you, he adds, raising a hand to stir a cloud of glowing spores drifting above your heads. You don't connect. You're like a burr lodged against its skin. Sim continues walking. I'm sure you'll have some questions for me, as usual, he says, his voice wry. Seriously, what's up with the wormhole? Sim laughs. Just like that, you'd ask me to unravel the mysteries of the universe for you. Suffice it to say, I don't think you could fully understand it, even if I explained everything I know. He looks up at the wormhole with a thoughtful expression. Truthfully, the wormhole is older than even this planet, he murmurs. It operates on a level of space and time that are beyond even my comprehension. The universe is impossibly vast and unknowable. I'm sure you've already noticed it's related to your foresight, yes? He asks and you nod. Your dreams, if that's what they are, always seem to get worse in wet glow when the wormhole is close to the planet. Many individuals, such as yourself, are sensitive to the wormhole's effect on time and space, fluctuations and eddies in the normal linear flow of reality. Think of it like an echo, only not your own. Think of it as a version of yourself stood in this spot and shouted, and then moved forward in time before hearing their own voice return. You can hear those echoes, choices that person made, and events they experience that may not come to pass for yourself. I'm not the only one? Sim shakes his head. No, that you may be the only human. We gardeners have lived under this wormhole for thousands of years, and some of us have developed a sensitivity to it as well. We use it to guide us in tending to the planet. Sim stops walking, smiles politely. Well, that's enough for now. Trees have ears, you know. Give me crystal. Oh, look, a faceless. For no reason, I'm going to save here. A totally innocuous save. Did I misspell innocuous? That's okay. That's okay. We can keep it between us if I did. Your explorations lead you steadily upward until you find yourself on a plateau overlooking the valley. The colony's a dark little smudge below, a break in the magnificent natural luminescence of glow. From up here, the wormhole feels so close you could touch it. You're not alone up here. Your heart leaps into your throat as you spot it, dark, silhouetted, dark on dark, under the eerie light of a wormhole, a faceless. Stay to watch it. Atop this plateau, ringed with gnarled wood trees, the massive creature stands staring at the sky. As you watch, mesmerized, some of its swaying tentacles open up, and a little glowing dust oozes from them, rising like smoke into the night. Then it's gone? The whole entire faceless just vanished in the blink of an eye. Or did you imagine it? You rub your face, easing the sudden tension that has sprung up on your eyeballs. Approach where it was standing. There are footsteps here, giant footsteps, each ringed with mushrooms, pushed up from the moist soil by the weight of the beast. You gingerly realize you're standing in the middle of one. The faceless, if indeed one was standing here earlier, could crush you as flat as the grass beneath your feet. You find other signs of it. Trees have been knocked down in a circular pattern here. Bushes and grasses have been pushed into one big mound, leaving the rest of the plateau clear. You remember this place from your visions under the pyramid and the resting ridges from long before that. You feel as if you've always known something important will happen here. Soon. Wait. You stare up at the wormhole, immense in the sky above, just as you remember doing in your vision. You wait. You wait. You wait. You yawn and check your hall palm. It's hard to keep track of time during glow, but it's getting late. You look around, nothing has changed. Trees are perfectly still. And wait. And wait. The wormhole seems especially huge right now. Is it always so big? You imagine you can see whole galaxies through its slowly spinning arms. Tiny flecks of rainbow light being sucked into the black hole in the center, but it's so much closer than a galaxy. So close it could swallow you and all of Fortuna in its hungry, ethereal maw. You wait. And wait. The forest seems to get quieter, as if it's experiencing something. The wormhole swells as you stare and stare into its depths. It's been hours. It's now well past the middle of the night. You're exhausted, but you can't look away. You feel hypnotized. You wait. And wait. You've always been waiting. You'll always be waiting, staring up at the wormhole, being sucked into its depths. A shadow falls over you. Look at the shadow. You slowly lower your gaze from where you've been staring at the wormhole for hours, your neck stiff and sore, straight ahead of you. What you earlier thought was just a shadow of a tree is a faceless. It was there all along, watching you. Takes a heavy step forward, then another. It moves gently, its feet sinking into the soft ground and pushing up phosphorescent fungi from below to explode the surface in rings of jubilant light. You don't move as it approaches. It took all your energy to look away from the wormhole. You're still completely spellbound. The faceless looms over you, as big as a building. Its zippered neck gapes grotesquely, its tentacles wave gently through the air, tasting, feeling, smelling you. The ends of two tentacles open, and that strange glowing mist floats up from them. It leans down and envelops you in its tentacles, each as large as you are, and you breathe in its spores. Under the eternal night sky of glow, the wormhole seems to swallow you both whole. The entire planet, and an infinite number of universes besides you feel beckoning within you, a curious tug somewhere in your ribcage, a yearning you can't describe. Well, okay, we're gonna get one ending. I put in that save so we can load back and get through the whole playthrough, but this ending's right here and we haven't gotten it yet, and I don't want to miss this opportunity, so let's embrace it. So this is how it all began. Transcended time. When you were very young, you had vivid dreams of things you'd never experienced. Dirt under your feet, skies overhead, endless jungle, strange animals. Now you know why. This moment of time, you on the plateau, drawing in the wild faceless's mind-altering spores and pulsing Wormhole above, this moment cascades backward and forward all through time and space, through all of your lives. It's what binds you to those other lives and gives you the glimpses of them in dreams. This moment, it's infinite. You are in this moment connected to all your other moments. What has been, what will be, what could be, or never will be. Some scraps slip through the web and touch all the other you out there. You. All the you that you could have been, or could be, or forever changed. To your friends in the colony, it may appear that you've fallen into a coma from which you'll never wake. But your consciousness is free. In that infinite moment to visit all lives and all possibilities at once, you've transcended. In the moment of your death, as your brain cells fizzle out one by one and shut down forever, a vision swims into your mind's eye. Is that a person? They seem so familiar. I feel like you know them well. Oh, it's you. Only ancient. Their arms are covered with so many data bands, so many lifetimes of knowledge. The ancient you speaks without moving their mouth. Not in words, but in something like pictures. Still, you understand. Look at you. I mean, us. They shake their data bands with good humor. Suppose that explains how we got here, huh? Then they frown. Does get boring, though, doesn't it? Knowing everything at once? I mean, I understand if you want to go back to how things were. You looked over your shoulder into a distance you cannot see. Back when it was simple. Back when we only caught glimpses of the time web. Oh, to be a baby again. Just a simple, naive child. I could have done better. There was a girl. We were young together. Tammy. With the cotton candy hair. Such a shame to see a young life snuffed out so young. They give you a look, as if to say, you were somehow responsible for this. Wait, were you? Could you have saved her? We have a chance to take another path, to change the way our life turned out. They reach out a hand. Come with me. And then we get the credits. And we see the endings gallery. Transcended time is one ending here out of 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 29. 29 distinct endings. There are a ton of illustrations we haven't seen. Just an obscene number of backgrounds, though we've seen most of these. We're not going to see all of them this playthrough. We've fucked some things up so severely, there's no way I'm seeing those. All of the cards you've ever seen, we've seen less than half of the cards that the game has. And then the Chivos, the achievements, we've got a way to go here. We are not getting this all in one life. I'm gonna quick start your new life to get us back to the main menu. Then we're gonna load a totally innocuous save. Innocuous? That's not... Inconspicuous is the word I wanted, not innocuous. Innocuous, well, no, innocuous is also right, not harmful or offensive. Inconspicuous is probably the word I actually wanted. All right, well, we'll do this event again, but we'll resist this time. Stay to watch it. I think you'll forgive me for not reading these another time. Wait. They don't love you like I love you. Wait. And they don't love you like I love you. Wait. We resist infinity this time around. You aren't ready. A small part of you demands to stay here on this plane of consciousness. You hold your breath and bring your mind back to the present. You let the faceless touch you softly with its tentacles until it seems satisfied you've made your decision. Then it withdraws. And slowly disconnect from the gentle creature. You can feel its emotions, its stories, You understand that it was born like the others of its kind in a breeding tank below the ground. Although it was sent here to destroy your colony, something changed that can't be changed back. You can see again the image of the faceless staring at the wormhole, transfixed as you were. It no longer feels the pull of the ley lines, the thumpers, the forces that were used to control it. It is no longer a construct or an avatar, but a free being. It only feels the dance of the wormhole now and the natural rhythms of life itself. You stand completely still, arrested by sudden understanding that sweeps over you. The faceless retreats to the large mound of grasses and bushes over at the other end of the plateau. A baby faceless pokes its head out of the nest, wriggling its tentacles in greeting to its mother. Shadows upon, yeah. Hello, Sim. Hello again, Sugar Bog, he chuckles, getting pretty good at navigating in the dark. Have you come to ask me more questions? What's with that faceless I saw? Ah, Sim says with a gentle smile. Constellation. You've seen her. It's very lucky, you know. Don't ask me how she does it, but she manages to sneak around these woods like a ghost. Faceless weren't exactly designed with subtlety in mind. He lets out an amused puff of laughter. But she's something else now. Don't worry, he continues. You only see her around and glow. She doesn't like the sunlight. Unless you breathe in her spores, she's harmless. You fix him with an incredulous look, and he shrugs. He was quite upset when she broke away from the hole and went to seed, he replies. But, as you humans say, life finds a way. Sim stops walking and smiles politely. Well, that's enough for now. Trees have ears, you know. And that's it for our expedition. We go home. With some bitchin' new cards, with an end to the game that explains the fucking game. And a little bravery, a little perception. We boosted a lot of stats. Bravery's almost maxed out. That's pretty sweet. You're relaxing in your quarters with your dad when you hear the colony siren. The enemy's here. Your dad looks up from his novel. Huh, seems early in the year. Should head to shelter in the lounge. The hell I am, Dad. You've been drilling on the new evacuation procedures for the past month. No need to be a hero now that there's so many new soldiers from the Helio. It's probably best to just follow instructions and head for the lounge with your dad. Rush to the front lines. You muster with the rest of the defense force at the gate. Rhett and Lum are arguing about what tactics to employ. Lum keeps trying to rally the soldiers with heartening speeches about giving it everything they've got. All the drones, all the explosives. And Rhett keeps cutting in. You don't need to take any big risks, Rhett insists. It's a smaller attack than we've had. We have more than enough blast rifles and turrets. We should save our resources for when we do need them. Why do things halfway? Exclaims. We need to get in there and kick their asses back to the goo they came from. We need to show people that we have everything under control for morale. Rhett tries one more time to wrest control of the forces back from Lum, but Lum cuts him off. Fire the explosive rounds, he orders. Arm the charges. Shells scream through the permanent night, followed by explosions you feel vibrate through your boots. The Helios are unfazed, but you and the other Stratos guards exchange nervous looks. You're yelling, then another boom as a secondary explosive detonates. The bang of bloodthirsty animals reaches your ears, and then Lum holds a finger to his ear speak. Great work, just stragglers incoming. Open the gates. To battle. Holy hell, that's a lot of sixes. this becomes a 10. That's fucking crazy. Okay, let's just knock these sixes out. Fuck. Well, it'd be a 6, 7, 8. There you go. 35. Great. Two, 3. Is this optimal? No, but it beats it and we're in the final round. Okay, now this I need to optimize, and I promise you I am not going to do that. Gain 3 less stress. Wait, what? Getting lost in the fog is a stress reduction card? No, what? 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 Really? No, what? What? This doesn't say anything, but it... But what? But what? But it did. It fucking did. Turn you into a 10. What are you even doing here, Alex? I don't know, dog. Turn you into a 10, then we get a 6, 6, 6 there. Is that good enough for you? No. There we go. That works for me. 42. I could have gotten a 49? Good God. Alright, +3 combat. You face off against a lesser Xeno, some kind of fin, semi-aquatic thing, already half dead and limping doggedly through the gates. It's almost comical how easy it is to stun and kill it. By the time you're done, the other soldiers have dispatched the rest of the creatures. Smoke drifts in from the battlefield from the explosions, an acrid scent of triumph. After the attack, Lum gathers everyone in the lounge and holds a big celebration for the soldiers. It's feasting and drinking and songs of valor, and the party goes on long into the night. Some drift away in pairs, or more. Mars and Rex keep the dancing going. Even Nem seems to relax, especially when the other cadets invite her to drink with them. Tonight, everyone seems convinced this victory means the colony will be safe forever. Maybe it will be. Sure want to believe it too. "4 hours and 10 minutes. My God, I was like, I don't feel like 4 hours. Pretty long. Year 15 was longer than year 10, which is crazy. I thought that would cap us. I had so many new cards this year. So many of these are absolute bangers. Sim is up to 40 out of 100, and we just met Sim. Pretty crazy. Vase is up to 16, which isn't bad for the first year. I only have 100 kudos. We'd like to get that up to 300 for the fidget spinner. Colony defense is okay. Food doesn't matter at this point, but it's at 14, which feels pretty good. Start age 16. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, I was like, oh, I'm excited to play more tonight. I am not. I would love to stop talking. Age 16 start. I'm having a blast. I love this game. This is such a fun game. And I hope that by this point, it's demonstrated that in its own right. I will probably do another episode tomorrow. Maybe a couple if those years are shorter. But I don't know, man. With perception maxed out and starting to max a lot of these things out, I can really do so much in the expeditions that, and we're mostly out of new expeditions. I think we still have some stuff to do with Sim, and I still need those strange devices to give to Vase, and I still need to go out to get gifts for people, but Tangent's maxed out, Cal is almost there, Dis is almost there, Anemone's getting close, Mars is only halfway, Rex is just a matter of time, Nami is gonna be difficult, Vase is gonna be difficult, but I think we can probably max out everyone we have left. Ignore Tammy. Be sad about Tammy. All right, the game giving me guff for not saving Tammy. We have a couple of objectives, and I'll lay those out. So we are 16. That means we have age 16, 17, 18, and 19 left. 4 years. In that time, I want to max out engineering and complete the robotics event chain, because there is a thing we unlock there that is monumentally important for future runs. I want to not coup or overthrow the government, which is an option. You can overthrow the governor and either become governor or have Mars become governor, depending on your preference. I don't want to do that either this run. I want to become the new ship navigator or engineer for another bonus that'll carry on into new games. We want to romance Cal, because I will never romance Cal if Tammy's alive, so I've never seen that content. On top of those 3 objectives, and those are not super time consuming, we can probably knock those out pretty easily. I'd like to continue maxing out skills. I'd like to try to max out our relationship with everyone who's alive. I don't think we're going to be able to complete Rex's bar, but I'd love to be able to do that. And I'd like to do a couple other things. Our relationship with this is almost maxed out, so there's something that'll save us on later on. There's I'm not yeah. I'll have to think about how we move forward, because to max out Vase, you have to go on a lot of fucking expeditions. Which is okay, and level a lot of combat and do a lot of combat. And it's a little I'll level with you. It's a little boring. It's a little tedious. So that's probably what we're immediately doing, is we're going on an expedition, maybe resting, and then an expedition. Maxing out Sim is also actually important. Fuck. Important. Sadly not important, but I love them. Not important, and I don't love him. Kind of important, not important, important, not so important. Very doable. Part of me is like, just one turn, but just one more turn. It's gonna be 4 fucking hours. So no. You're gonna pull the plug, Alex. So I'm gonna call it a night here. Thank you for hanging out. It is 9 p.m. My God. Until tomorrow or later or whenever it happens to be. I'm gonna say toodaloo. Take care. I will see you then. Bye-bye.